Good morning, everybody. This is a live storm chase mode stream, even though I'm on my way out to the target, passing over the mountains here, about 30 miles from the Tennessee border. Check out for snow patches, because here recently there was above a foot of snow near the spine of the Appalachians around the Tennessee-North Carolina border. I'm targeting the enhanced risk today for severe weather, including a 10% tornado probability, threat of guerrilla hail as well. That includes Fort Smith up to Fayetteville, northwestern Arkansas as well, I-40 and off to the north. I got about a 10-hour drive until I arrive at the target. HRRR model shows explosive development of a cluster of supercell storms near Fort Smith at about 5 p.m., and then that cluster expands in number. A large number of storms evolve across northwestern Arkansas, probably 5 or 6 different supercell storms. Low-level jet intensifies into this cluster of storms, nosing in to the southern gradient of the Ozark Mountains later on. So about 30, 40 knots by 7 p.m., increasing about a kilometer above the ground. But definitely a textbook hail, large hail day today. Guerrilla hail, certainly seems likely across eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, back into northeastern Texas, all the way back to the DFW area. Finished my taxes last night, submitted those. Never stop chasing can be a little bit complicated when you're looking at all the deductions and everything like that, but it's one thing the storm chasing industry is a lot of deductions. But this is the first of 3 days in a row of significant severe weather potential. Today, eastern Oklahoma through northwestern Arkansas, probably the biggest tornado event in Tornado Alley in about 3 years. So since the very active 2019 season, you may remember the May 20, 2019, that infamous day when the HRRR was just showing mass chaos. Shows pure violence across Oklahoma and northwestern Texas. There did end up being a few tornadoes, but not just the war zone that the models were forecasting, with dozens of tornadic supercells evolving across southwest into central Oklahoma on that day. And I'm working the beautiful mountains of North Carolina right now. Figured I'd do the whole drive, show you the whole storm chase mode. Team Dominator bubbling back up. I saw Mark chasing spin up, launching balloons up in Canada again. He's testing out the tracking software, Skyfall tracking software that we use actually to track the sensors that we launch into tornadoes through rockets. We also, interesting data set that we collected on April 5th using the gravity wave sensors we deployed just north of Petrie, Alabama. And it looks like there are a couple different circulations that went through. One just a couple minutes prior to 16Z, just before 11 o'clock. That's when the Renegade supercell passed over the sensor network. You can kind of see a gradual, relatively laminar pressure drop as the mesocyclone passed over all 3 sensors. And then there was a very sharp pressure whipsaw at about 1620 Z, 1620 UTZ. And that was the one that we believe caused the damage near the church where we deployed that gravity wave sensor. That was south of Montgomery a ways, kind of in the late morning hours of the April 5th tornado outbreak, a substantial tornado outbreak on that day. I've got 6 more gravity wave sensors on board. Still need to format those, format the hard drives, make sure that they're ready to deploy sometime over the next 10 to 11 hours. I'm on my way. I know it's a little bit dark here in the morning. 46 degrees here on Dominator 4. Headed up and over the spine of the Appalachians. I'm probably going to run out of signal a little bit as I get close to the top. Beautiful southern Appalachians. Hell yes, it's getting serious. My goal is to streamline things a little bit on this chase. I have like 6 jobs going on when I'm out here. I sling lives for AccuWeather. meeting up with Captain Vanover and also another drone racer from DRL, Nurk, in from a shoot down in Florida. Vanover's coming up from Dallas. He doesn't wake up till about 8 in the morning. Then he's going to rocket off to the northeast toward Fort Smith. And I think that supercell should develop just to the west of Fort Smith about 4 or 5 o'clock. HRRR model shows at about 22Z. 3 kilometer NAM shows a lot less in the way of thunderstorm coverage. The NAM models are showing less, but outside with the HRRR, it's been doing pretty good relative to the convective allowing models, relative to the 3 kilometer NAM and other models. But a pretty big win for our science mission here on April 5th, deploying the gravity wave sensor ahead of that tornado north of Petrie. Just goes to show you, though, what a game of minutes and seconds this is, because if that tornado had touched down about 5 minutes earlier, we would have been documenting a large-scale wedge with the drone, probably wedge impact on the gravity wave network. The fact that that first pressure fall was sampled by all 3 gravity wave sensors supports the notion that it was a mesocyclone with a diameter of about on the order of 10 kilometers. Sunrise you're going to see over my shoulder here, orange coming in the eastern sky. Had a bunch of work I had to catch up on here over the last 3 days, including my tax spreadsheet, getting that all organized. I had to upload a bunch of those Flex seal videos as well, fixing the vehicle, deployment of the gravity wave sensors. The next Flex tape video is going to be kind of an in-depth look at the science that we collected down south of Montgomery and north of Petrie. Looking for snow out here as I'm getting closer to the spine of the Appalachians near Tennessee and North Carolina, passing through the beautiful Maggie Valley right now. Wow. Wow. Thank you, everybody, for hitting those likes. I know it's early in the morning. We're just getting up. I figured I'd take you along for my drive out to the target area, show you what storm chasing is all about. Most of it's just driving. Sitting here flipping out, just sitting in the L-shaped configuration, more than any trucker would be allowed to do. And Maggie Valley is beautiful. I've covered some winter storms up in this area. They've got the inner tubes that the kids can come up and go down. Some ski areas too around this area. Remember recently that wildfire that was happening to the west of Gatlinburg? Thankfully that was snuffed out by the precipitation, that post-frontal environment. So great to see Mark launching balloons again, testing out the Skyfall tracking software that we use to track the rockets. Mark is using that with balloons as well. Miniaturized trackable sensors, small payloads. That's the future of our science, field science. Whether you use drones, balloons with buoyancy, or just parachutes with those miniaturized sensors kind of traveling through the tornado and the mesocyclone in a Lagrangian sense. That's a little bit more Twister style, a little bit more Dorothy action, more of the miniaturized sensors moving with the flow. So a Lagrangian framework is actually measuring data as you're moving with the flow. Eulerian is when you're in a ground relative, point relative position. Got some calculus for you a little bit. So the rocket launch that sent the sensors into the EF4 tornado on Linwood, that one was a Lagrangian framework. So that's moving along with the flow trajectory. Right now, Mark is actually putting the finishing touches on the paper. It was about 40 pages long, the rough draft, and we needed to trim it down to a couple different publishable papers. We're thinking about sending one into an engineering journal and the other one into a meteorological journal, kind of pure meteorology. Leaving Gizmo back at my mom's place for this one. She was sound asleep when I left. Cute little lamb. You know, I really want to, for selfish reasons, take her storm chasing, but she's just a little bit older now, so I'm trying to help Gizmo to pace herself. But if she gets a tornado this year, that'd be like 11 years in a row that Gizmo has seen a tornado. She was in my house in Norman, Oklahoma when it was struck by a tornado. I happened to be on a different storm, but Gizmo was in my house when it was hit. Dominator 1 was parked in the driveway. Crisp skies out here with that anticyclone just dominating off the southeastern U.S. Cold temperatures though too, but that anticyclone is crucial for maintaining the southerly winds into the Gulf of Mexico, keeping that moisture nice and deep. Temperature dropping into the 30s here on Dominator 4 as I'm going up and over the spine of the Southern Appalachians. Probably gonna need to get some McDonald's here pretty soon. Breakfast burritos in the morning. Yep, the Storm Prediction Center went enhanced risk, 10% tornado probabilities. Fort Smith up through Fayetteville, northwest Arkansas, eastern Oklahoma. And then Tuesday, the dry line lights up. Central Oklahoma, central Kansas, central eastern Kansas, all the way up eastern Nebraska with a surface low track as well. Some of the models are showing data issues as I'm going up and over the spine of the Appalachians, North Carolina, Tennessee here. Sign up for those. Hit that notification bell. So when I go back live, you'll know. Got about 15 miles here till the border. I do want to see the flowering of the rhododendrons up here at Craggy Gardens when that happens. Still probably some weeks away. Kind of a late arrival of spring this year. A lot of dry clashing with moist, wildfires behind the dry lines, clashing with these moisture axes. Just a classic year 2 La Nina, warm blob NPO in the northern Pacific. North Central Pacific helps to force the ridge further west into the Central Pacific and then helps to force that meridional flow along the west coast of North America. And that encourages the formation of a trough across the western U.S. I was thinking about just waiting to start this stream until like 21C. I was going to start it at about 4 o'clock. And then just rip 6 to 8 hours of storm chasing. 8-9 hours of chasing, maybe. It smells really bad in here right now. From some food that I left since April 5th and 6th. It smells like an old Big Mac in here. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for hitting those likes. Good morning. Good morning, everybody, to the smell of Big Macs in the morning. Time is 6:50 Eastern time. You know what time that is? It's 11:50 Zulu time, 11:50 UTC. 7 a.m. Central Daylight Time. That's 12Z. Always remember that. 18Z, 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time, 0Z7. Just add an hour, of course, to get Eastern Daylight Time. Kind of do the math in your head. But UTC time, Z time, is just the time on the Prime Meridian. Greenwich, England out there. So it's called Greenwich Mean Time. Kind of a time that we use for weather maps. Here's the spine of the Appalachians. Beautiful out here. Probably going to lose signal. Maybe not, though. Maybe I'll just retain signal all the way up and over the mountains. Soon I'll be passing Gatlinburg. Dolly Parton lives there. Pigeon Forge. In my post-COVID nostrils, I can't tell whether the smell is kind of a natural gas fossil fuel smell or is it garlic. The garlic in the Big Mac sauce, that Thousand Island sauce that's on a Big Mac. We're getting very close to the rest area now that's near the spine. There's a gap here. We're facing the western sky. It's supposed to be. Yeah, we're gonna probably bust the windshield out. Some concerns with today are blowing out the windshield the day before such a massive outbreak as well. But in that case, then Captain Vanover has his 4x4 that's going to be up here. We have a backup vehicle just in case. I did look at the rental cars. I was thinking about maybe flying in, getting a rental car, blowing the windows out all 3 days in a row. But we're not thinking that way anymore. We are going to try to roll out a professional series, more of a Tornado Chasers series. Shooters, editors, dominating on that front, as well as the live streaming. Science. Accomplishing our science mission this year. That's kind of our goal with storm chasing. Streaming live updates from the field. Increasing awareness for the severe weather that's happening. Studying the phenomena with the latest technologies. Probably about to lose signal here as I'm headed off to the to west, getting close to the spine. But maybe we'll retain it. It's relatively early. Not as many people are hammering the cell phone signal, cell phone towers right now. You can see that spring is arriving late. Even up here at the very high elevations, you'd think you'd start to see some hints of it. Starting to see some new buds as well on the leaves. Start to see, it looks like those paper birches maybe starting to come out. But not much up here at high elevation. Just had several inches of snow up here near the spine. Yeah, it's 5:54 for some in the central time zone. Dominating. Ooh, I see a nice little pink ribbon in the mid-level clouds. Indeed. Beautiful ribbon. Beautiful ribbon as I'm passing Harmondan. Yes, hark, I see a pink ribbon in the clouds. Good morning, Arkansas. Active severe weather day. It's not going to develop till late afternoon into the evening, but the HRRR model still consistent with erupting numerous supercell storms. It's too early for the amens. Still got a crackly voice. Singing will start here maybe about 4 to 5 hours. He's at the 20, the 15, the 10, 5, touchdown, Team Dominator. See the pink skies up there, nice. The best parameter space right now looks like eastern Kansas. Probably kind of a Wichita to Topeka type of a play up toward even Kansas City. But you also got to keep the surface low in play. Eastern Nebraska, and then the warm front lifts up into Iowa. That also could be a play to keep an eye on. The surface low. And who knows, maybe even a southern mode. Some of the short fuse models have even shown kind of a cluster of renegades out near the Texas Piney Woods, north of Houston, kind of east central Texas. Good morning, Michigan. It's my home state. I was born in 1980 out in Michigan. Saw my first tornado there in 1985. Hardly remember it in 1985, but I did see my first tornado back then. Apparently I was looking off to the north. It was kind of an elephant trunk tornado, or a rope. Grand Rapids, Michigan, Kentwood area. Pretty active time period in Michigan, I believe, in the 80s. Because I do remember a lot of tornado warnings. I remember taking shelter in the basement quite a bit. I remember seeing kind of a big red logo on the screen whenever a tornado warning would be issued. Nothing has changed. I'm only an hour out from Knoxville. Home of the Vols, Rocky Top, Tennessee. Rocky Top, Rocky Top, Rocky Top, Tennessee. Nice ribbon in the sky, beautiful pink clouds. Wow. Good morning, everybody. Early bird gets the worm. Back. Thanks. I think that today, a lot of times these days before the day end up being the biggest storm chase out of a 3-day grouping. Thank you, Janelle. Never stop chasing. Janelle, thank you. Yeah, kind of losing signal as expected, coming up and over the spine of the Southern Appalachians. But you can start to see the greens filling up the trees now. Look at all those buds. Major chlorophyll out here. The Appalachians do look relatively uniform from north to south. Pretty high though down here in North Carolina, Tennessee. Beautiful place in spring. Thinking about maybe looking for some more crystals at the tail end of this chase. at some point. Maybe going to look for some more quartz crystals in Arkansas. Thank you. Never stop chasing. I gotta learn how to send those super chats again too. Start to see some pink high clouds showing up and over the tops of the mountains there. Look at that. I was thinking about flying in, renting a car, blowing the windows out, probably popping the tires, putting the donuts on, and then returning it. But instead, I decided to take the Dominator 4 out. I've got all the flex tape waterproofing on it. It just needed to happen. Good morning. I'm on my way out to the northwest Arkansas and the eastern Oklahoma target area. Yeah, I do need a full team, I think. I'm going to get some Mickey D's coming up, crossing the border into Tennessee. Only one more state now to go across until we get to the target state of Arkansas. Woo pig. Woo pig. Thank you, Shannon. Never stop chasing. Except when you have to do taxes, which I was able to finish last night at about 12:45 in the morning. Slept 3 hours, hit the road, and I do plan on arriving in Fort Smith just prior to initiation, 4 to 5 p.m. 3 days in a row of enhanced risks. Probably going to be upgraded, moderate, who knows, maybe even higher than that, potentially. Eventually we're going to reach a point where we can do 360 streaming and you'll be able to just move around the inside of the car. Thank you, Jenny! You're amazing. Never stop chasing. And then eventually be able to move around the interior of the car, look out the front of the car and everything too. I don't think we're 100% there yet. I don't think enough people have the VR headsets on the viewer end. Once we get kind of a hologram looking deal, then I think that the viewer will be able to kind of more mainstream view the 360 live streaming. Then you'll be able to see the storms in 360 as well. Definitely starting to see beautiful signs of spring. Temperature 43 degrees here, headed westbound on I-40, dominating. Never dropped into the 30s. The lowest temperature that I measured was 40 degrees. Eventually we're going to have all these Dominator weather stations on. Storm chaser vehicles out there. Yeah, exciting, intense times for severe weather, especially for the people that live in these risk areas. Today, eastern Oklahoma and northwestern Arkansas. And then Tuesday, mega dry line event, probably the most significant tornado event in Tornado Alley in like 3 years, since about 2019. 2019 was pretty active across the Great Plains, central southern plains. I actually drank like a whole pot of coffee. It does look beautiful out here. Started this stream a little bit early. I got another 10 hours of driving to do before we get to the severe weather. Oh, we're getting closer. Yeah. Probably 9 more hours of driving, 10 more hours until we get to the storms. Lincoln. Beautiful rest area. Look at those dogwoods too on either side of the trees, on either side of the road. Look for the dogwoods, the redbuds. We're starting to descend into the spring zone. Oh yeah, puts a lot of pressure on the prostate too when I drink that much coffee. Look at the beautiful sunrise. Even though the sun's coming up from behind, it's illuminating much of the mid and high clouds looking west. Crazy, we only lost signal once, and it was just going through that tunnel right near the spine of the Appalachians. Funny tweet. Overthinking this setup until you can't think anymore will always result in the best storm chasing decisions. It's from Brendan B. It's a funny follow on Twitter. I'm seeing signs of spring. Beautiful spring down here in the Smoky Mountain region. Look at this. Wow. Wow! Wow! Good morning from the Dominator 4. Look at all that pollen on the windshield. Pollen all over the place, dominating out here. Good morning from the Dominator 4. Very active severe weather day expected ahead. 3 days of extreme severe weather of enhanced risk starting today. Eastern Oklahoma to northwestern Arkansas. There is a 10% tornado probability zone and enhanced risk as well. Storm Prediction Center ended up going with the enhanced risk. That includes Fort Smith to Fayetteville, including the threat of guerrilla hail. I do expect a pretty large hail threat as well from this tornado event, even though there is a 10% tornado probability. Tighten that damn thing up. This is live from Dominator 4. I still got about a 10-hour drive ahead. Long and very long drive of storm chasing ahead. Pre-storm chasing drive. But then Tuesday looks even more substantial. Central Oklahoma, central Kansas, eastern portion of the state. Right now, the most favorable parameter space looks like it's going to be from like Wichita up toward the Kansas City area. But also, you got to keep an eye on that surface low track. Eastern Nebraska with the warm front lifting up into the I-80 corridor, all the way up into Iowa, that warm front. So I do think there's going to be a very favorable instability, kinematics combination as well across the surface low. Some of the early models were kind of mixing out the moisture nose a little bit to the north, and that did include eastern Nebraska into Iowa. But I do think that as we get closer to the event, the short range models, the convective allowing models are probably going to wrap that moisture all the way up tight to the surface low. Probably going to see major upgrades in the severe weather potential for Tuesday. Wouldn't be surprised if there is a moderate risk on Tuesday, certainly. Hopefully that'll fix that mount. I have to pick up some new steel ball mounts on the way out. But I am seeing a beautiful sunrise happening. There it is. Wow. There it is, everybody. Beautiful sunrise through the trees. Yeah, I do think Central Missouri on a Tuesday night is going to be very active. Central Missouri and Kansas City, of course, is in the target area. You got to watch out for those events like May 2003, when there was a lead renegade supercell that evolved to near the warm front just to the north of Kansas City, a pretty large destructive tornado that happened way to the east of the dry line. Then the dry line lit up across north central Kansas, tight to the surface low. I ended up going west after those early tornado-warned storms in northeastern Kansas, and then went into the fog suddenly as we were interacting with the warm front. Suddenly dense fog took over. You couldn't see anything structurally around the storms on May 8, 2003. And then we started blasting off to the east, and then the tornado producers began coming up from the south. And we actually ended up doing 2 360s on the highway, 4 lanes of traffic, ended up hydroplaning, and Joel saved the day. Joel was behind the wheel of his Explorer back then, May 8, 2003, and Joel pulled us out of that hydroplane. We were doing a flat spin on 4 lanes of traffic, and thought we were going to die multiple times. We were headed toward the ditch, flipped it around, started heading across 4 lanes of traffic to the other ditch, flipped around again. And then Joel just kept turning into the violent fishtails and the spins. And I remember seeing the cars in front of me, cars behind again, and then we pulled out of it. Missed all the tornadoes that day, including a tornado that missed my apartment by like 1.5 miles in Moore, Oklahoma on May 8, 2003. An EF4 tornado came through, nearly hit Tinker Air Force Base, also hit Moore, Oklahoma. Narrowly missed my apartment by about 1.5 miles. That was May 8, 2003. This setup doesn't look dissimilar to that one. A very high-end kinematic event, large warm sector. You're really not seeing very much in the way of failure scenarios for a setup like this. Forecast failure, when you're forecasting the threat of tornadoes and severe weather. If that forecast doesn't verify, that's considered a forecast failure in that scenario. With 3 days in a row of potential severe weather outbreaks. That includes today, eastern Oklahoma, far eastern Oklahoma, near the Fort Smith area, through about Fayetteville, Arkansas, northwestern part of the state. Tomorrow, even more significant severe weather. A dry line, a very sharp dry line, is going to march east all the way to near the I-35 corridor when storms initiate. Very sharp dry line too. Dew points drop down into the teens to the west of the dry line. Wildfire threat is going to be possible back there as well. Major wildfire potential behind the dry line of these storms just because of how dry everything is. Dew points dropping down into the single digits, even negatives in dew points I've been seeing so far. Classic clashing of dry and moist wildfires. Just basically a clash of the Dust Bowl with moisture axes. And that's really why Tornado Alley is the way that it is, because of the clashing of the dry air with the moisture that surges north from the Gulf of Mexico. Beautiful sunrise. Sunrise right behind me. There it comes. Wow. Wow. Pretty long drive today. I had to finish my taxes during the day yesterday. Finished those at about 1 in the morning, and then slept about 3 hours, and now I'm on the road heading westbound. I-40 targeting Fort Smith up into the northwestern portion of Arkansas. Pretty tough chase terrain as well up into the Ozarks. Very hilly, heavily forested during spring. Beautiful spring colors coming out, new buds. Tons of chlorophyll in the leaves, bright green leaves you can see out here. We are going to be ramping up our production quality. We're going to be producing basically a near real-time Tornado Chasers type series. We've got shooters. I'm bringing in Brian, former Storm Chasers executive producer, to help lead the charge. So definitely stay tuned to that. It's time to ramp up the production quality. Bring back the vision of TVN. Lives. Webisodes. Storm chasing, field science, real time. Should have a new outlook out. I expect today to be retained as an enhanced risk. Could justify if the HRRR coverage of storms is anywhere remotely accurate. You probably could justify a moderate risk, especially for the guerrilla hail threat. Tornadoes are probably going to stay more of a 10% tornado probability. Maybe you could justify adding a hatch area, even though the low-level jet is kind of a late intensifying LLJ. Good morning. good to see Mark yesterday launching balloons again, kind of testing out the Skyfall software that he developed, tracking miniaturized sensors. He was able to launch a balloon yesterday, tracked it all the way to the ground. Flex tape was involved. Always exciting to see those notifications pop into your inbox that a balloon launch is imminent. The plan with those eventually is to have kind of an all-hands-on-deck science mission, launching balloons with miniaturized sensors that are streaming data, launching sensors into the tornado by rocket, using racing drone as well, ground-based probes, that's the Gravitron sensor network. So eventually we'll have basically a network of surface pressure sensors deployed ahead of these features, tornadoes, hurricanes, all different types of features. One of the most beautiful parts of the country here, far eastern Tennessee, banked right up against the Appalachians, especially this time of year when the leaves are full of chlorophyll, rapid photosynthesis happening. Trees are trying to get food for the tree. I've always wondered if it's kind of a reckless assumption just to assume that trees aren't capable of kind of complex thought just because the cells have a cell wall. Maybe they think a little bit differently, maybe slower scale as well, but always have felt for the trees. Always have felt for the trees. The Dominator 4 never had as much armor, but we are thinking about covering it with Flex Max. Completely covering it with Flex Max. The Dominator 1, 2, and 3, those still have armor. Dominator 1 and 2 are in Oklahoma City. I'm going to fix those up, get a warehouse, fix those up there, use that as a backdrop for the Never Stop Chasing podcast. And I'm hoping to get those back out in the field again. Dominator 1, Dominator 2, and then Dominator 3 is up in Canada right now. Even a small chance we get Dominator 3 back in the field again coming up here very soon. We need Curtis Brooks, who's the mechanic for Dominator 3, to be able to cross the border and come in. Sean Schofer drives the Dominator 3. We'd be launching rockets for Dominator 3 once again. Also considering buying a Dominator 3 if someone doesn't steal it out from under me. Just before then. But right now I've got Dominator 4. But Dominator is a state of mind and a style of storm chasing. It's not really a material thing. It was never intended to be. It's always more of a style of storm chasing. Thank you, moderator. Calm as chamomile. Chamomile. Thank you. Crossing the French Broad River. Large river on this side in Tennessee. I'll probably be back in the Dominator again one day. The TIV was the other team in the show. That was Sean Casey, the other armored vehicle. I don't think I'll ever intercept in a TIV, but I'll definitely intercept in a Dominator again. Maybe Storm Chasers will come back as well. Who knows? Probably the only way I would do TV again is if it was kind of a serious bring back of Storm Chasers. We did try the National Geographic series recently with Storm Rising. Went well, but it was during the pandemic. It was a little bit difficult to get out to the Philippines, get out to Southeastern Asia and chase some of those super typhoons and whatnot out there because of the pandemic. Kind of defeated the whole premise of the show. Storm Chasers almost came back on Discovery in 2018, but the head of programming there shut it down again. So they never understood the point of storm chasing. But it did almost come back with the same teams in 2018. I would imagine if it did come back, you'd have to have newer teams. You'd have to have a younger team in there, a hotshot younger team, kind of like how we used to be 10 years ago. And then I'll probably be the bitter older storm chaser now. Jaded and veteran. I want to fix up Dominator 1 and 2, get them running again. And one day get all 3 Dominators back out in the field again for more storm chases. So that's kind of my ultimate goal long term. Thank you, Shannon. Never stop chasing. I've thought about hiring someone to break down radar for me during these storm chases, but at the same time, I'm just all about the raw storm chasing out here. But it would be awesome to have radar breakdown on my channel as well. Maybe a purely storm chaser driven live platform like the old TVN Live back in the day. Kind of like Live PD a little bit. That's another vision of ours. Pure storm chasing lives. Maybe all 360 will be the goal one day. Gabriel, the best way to start chasing, of course, is just to learn everything you can on YouTube, video-wise. Watch everything. Learn the basics of storm structure. Learn the basics of forecasting. Watch all these weather briefings. There's hundreds of them every day now that come out, live weather reports, breaking weather news, and just watch every single one of those. And start with the most simple. You can obviously tell the ones that are really dumbed down. Start with those, and then you can gradually start to pick up the ones that are a little bit of a deeper dive into the science as well. And just gradually increase your knowledge base and start going to Skywarn training courses at your local National Weather Service. And go with a veteran storm chaser that knows what they're doing to learn the basics of storm structure first. Tour companies are a good way as well to learn about storm chasing. But you can get yourself in big trouble out here. You can get yourself killed by these storms if you don't know what you're doing, even if you do. So it's definitely something to be careful with. But I'm definitely one that will show you the path to get into storm chasing, certainly. I always tell people that are in school and school meteorology, start slinging weather reports on social media. Start getting your communication down. It'll only help. It'll help your video editing, help your production, help your forecasting, keep you disciplined. I definitely do hurricanes, Justin. I've seen about 50 tropical cyclones in my life. Intercepted Hurricane Katrina, Rita, Ida, Laura, Harvey, Florence, Irene, Francis, Jean, Hurricane Dean in Jamaica, Hurricane John in Mexico. I've chased even remnants of tropical cyclones that move into the southwestern U.S. and cause flash floods during monsoon season. Blizzards, flash floods, debris flows, and pretty much chase it all. But also trying to do science too, deploy sensors in the path of these storms. Latest technologies, teaming up with Mark. Also, we want to start deploying sensors, multiple storm chasers deploying these sensors around storms, because then it's possible to get more of a dense network of meteorological data near the surface ahead of these storms. Storm photography is a good one to get into. And I think the industry is evolving so quickly these days that there's going to be a lot of opportunity for meteorology and for communications in meteorology, for extreme science. I went to grad school for a long time. I did about 17 years total school, total enrollment University of Oklahoma from 1998 to 2015. Storm chasing a lot too. You could get your PhD a lot faster than that. About 7 years or so if you really bust it out. But I wish I could have dragged college out for 20 years. Wish I was still in college. Yep, enhanced risk today, northwestern Arkansas, back into East Oklahoma. I think that storms are going to initiate about 4 or 5 p.m., probably just to the west or to the southwest of Fort Smith. And then those are going to move off to the northeast through northwestern Arkansas. Sleep here about 8 in the morning, and then it's going to head off to the northeast and meet up with me at Fort Smith. We'll stash his vehicle somewhere. Thank you, Mary Kay. Marie K. Wow, thank you. Never stop chasing. We're back. Yep, have those severe weather safety plans in place. Have them dialed in. Coming in Knoxville, I'm going to get some McDonald's. 3 breakfast burritos. That's kind of my staple in the morning before I start a storm chase. 2 breakfast burritos in a combo, just not enough for me. I gotta get the 3 breakfast burrito combos. It is a little bit complicated with supercells and tornadoes and climate change. It's more complicated than the connection with tropical cyclones and hurricanes that thrive directly off of the warm ocean temperatures. This year's active tornado season is actually due to cool water relatively in an anomalous sense in the tropical Pacific. You've got a La Nina condition out there. It's the second year of a La Nina. Below normal sea surface temperatures, wrapping around the eastern periphery of the Pacific. And actually severe weather and supercells thrive off of the temperature gradients in the mid-latitudes, the jet stream, the wind shear. And with global warming and climate change, in theory, you should have a reduction of the wind shear in the mid-latitudes, a reduction in general of the temperature gradients from the equator to the poles. So overall, you'd think that climate change would cause a reduction in tornadoes overall. And I actually believe that we're seeing an uptick in tornadoes this year because of the cold water in the tropical Pacific and wrapping around the eastern periphery of the Pacific Ocean. The Gulf of Mexico has an abundance of moisture, largely because of the dominant anticyclone off the southeastern U.S. I could potentially see a connection with that. Kind of the warmer sea surface temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico leading to more rapid moisture recharge, more moisture available to these systems. But overall, with climate change, you should see more frequent, more persistent El Nino events, which is warm water in the tropical Pacific. And that doesn't necessarily mean more tornadoes. Usually tornadoes are caused by the clashing of dry air with moist, temperature gradients, consolidated jet stream. The 70s were crazy across the Mid-South. I imagine the Dust Bowl back in the day was a wild Mid-South season, very dry, a lot of wildfires as well across the plains, especially the high plains. But it is a little bit more of a complicated relationship between climatology of tornadoes, climate change. But I am a meteorologist that is more focused on the smaller scales. Tornadoes, severe weather, storm scale, the mesoscale. Even though my graduate research was in the seasonal climatology, seasonal climate variability, kind of using Pacific Ocean sea surface temperature patterns to predict anomalous climate downstream. get some McDonald's here. This time with this jackass ride my ass. Looking for evidence of the wildfire. Can't really see it from up here on I-40, but I'm near the 407 exit. You can take down into Gatlinburg. Yeah, usually with climate change, you'd expect more of the split flow patterns, kind of equal dominance of the subtropical jet and the polar front jet. Some say even last year was kind of a split flow pattern, more of an El Nino pattern during La Nina, but really it was just a year one La Nina. You had a lot of warm water still in the subtropical and extratropical branch of the PDO horseshoe. Mickey D's, y'all. I don't see it. Okay, hold on, everybody. Gotta look and navigate to McDonald's. See if I can go that way. There it is. See, eyes are all sensitive to the light this early in the morning. Been up since about 4:30, 4. Open the door, get on the floor. Everybody kill the dinosaur. Good morning. Could I please do a number 7 with a large Coke?
Alright. You need hot or mild sauce?
I'll do hot sauce, please.
Alright.
And could I also get an additional breakfast burrito by itself?
Alright.
And that's it.
Alright, that'd be $7.91.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tiger Woods, y'all. Tiger Woods, y'all. Yeah, my friend Conor McRory yesterday said he thinks a McHigh risk might be issued this week. The Irishman, Conor McRory. Hi.
Have the burrito meal?
Yep.
All right. How are you doing this morning?
Doing great. How are you?
Doing good.
Always happy to be perpendicular to the ground.
All right. There you go, and you have a great day.
Thanks. Have a good one. McTube. McNoodle. Wow, that's fast. Thank you. So fast, it scares me. Tiger Woods, y'all. Tiger Woods, y'all. What in the hell? It's the right lane. Yeah, you always got to check the bag before going for the window. Good point. Make sure there are 3 burritos in there instead of 1. And it's funny to watch me eat these. Just know that they're good. Brandy. Fart box. Yeah, I plan on being on the storm in about 9 hours now. There's a bone in my burrito. Impossible. that beautiful sky reflecting in the hood. Yeah, there's a bone in there. My eating habits are much more similar to John Daly than a Tiger Woods. McBone, yeah. But I chew up bones and swallow them. Bone marrow. Yeah, storm chasing isn't great for if you want to make a ton of money. It's kind of a loss, maybe break even if you're lucky type of a deal. I'm meeting up with Captain Vanover today. For me, I've been doing it as a full-time living now for 25 years. No one said you could do it back in the day. But it has been a struggle. I've hit zero many times. Not a great credit score. A lot of people will make money off your content. Grind. But I always support platforms that provide opportunity for storm chasers. Good credit score, you just gotta play the game, make payments on time, have a credit card even. Not yet, we'd love to chase in a Tesla, but charging stations, I think, are still too few and far between, especially in the northern plains, high plains. Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? You guys talk about Into the Storm? Another book. Into the Storm only covers up until the Dominators were built, and that's when things really got crazy. And it turned into a total circus. Storm Chasers, pretty much like a band on the road back then. Dominators. Dominating. I did finish my taxes. I just have to itemize everything. You know, go through the spreadsheets, receipts. It is a major pain in the ass. I got audited 4 years in a row back during the Storm Chasers days, right at the Chasers. They didn't believe any of my deductions, and I was building these armored tank-like vehicles and hiring all these people. So I drove the Dominator 1 up to the tax audit, just so I could show them in person, the auditor. Like, look what I'm doing, this is real life. Ended up getting through the audit. The accountant out there, but I woke up to like a $350,000 tax lien in the mailbox. But that's because I was using TurboTax to do my taxes, and the auditor said, whoa, you know, you need to get an accountant. You're doing all these deductions and everything. And, you know, I didn't know how to run a business back then. I only knew how to storm chase, and Storm Chasers started. Everything happened so fast. But I made it through. But I still have the same accountant to this day. Dominator 4 has 182,000 miles on it. This vehicle here survived a Category 5 and 2 Category 4 hurricanes, just driving around in it, in the eye wall. You guys might have seen it live, Hurricane Ida. Yeah, my phone died on the Facebook Live, but I'm going to go live again on Facebook once the new Outlook comes out. Should be out any minute. Hey James, I would love to meet up for lunch. I just don't have time, unfortunately. I'm driving all the way out to the target area to chase today, and I arrive like right as the storms will initiate right now, so I just don't have any time to stop, unfortunately. Barely have time to stop for gas. And I got out late last night. We're coming to a standstill here. Standstill. We are stopped. Whoa. I guess it's rush hour. Good morning, rush hour traffic. Thank you everybody for hitting that like button. Hit that like button. Yeah, I don't know about Discovery Channel. I hope so. Maybe they'll bring back Storm Chasers and won't have me on it. That's possible. But I'm in my prime. I'm ready to work some young bucks if they come in there. Still got a little bit of competitiveness left. Not much, but still a little bit. I'm targeting Fort Smith up toward the northwest part of the state, probably Mulberry, about Fort Smith to Mulberry area. Arkansas today. Storm should fire around 4 or 5 p.m. near Fort Smith, maybe a little west of there, then move into northwestern Arkansas with time. Smash that like. Thank you. Smash it. Do work. Thank you. Hello, car tutorials from the UK. I actually studied abroad in meteorology in my junior year out at Reading, just west of London out there. That was a wild time. Drank way too much beer out there. Tell you what, the students in the UK just let it rip. Thanks for smashing that like button, everybody. I gotta get a ticker eventually. Like we say as Storm Chasers, who are you if you don't have a ticker anymore? Alcohol's very bad. I think it's a poison. So if there are any kids out there, just avoid alcoholic plague if you can. It's really bad for your cells. Better to hydrate, do cardio. Cardiovascular exercise. I've tried to adjust my cardio schedule to do it more around late morning, like 11 a.m. in the morning toward the midday time period. Sometimes if you're in a little bit of a rut, just a slight adjustment of your routine, maybe turn it upside down, and instead of just starting the day off with work, maybe start the day off with an exercise, and then it can make you more productive in the later portion of the day. It's also not always about productivity. Thank you, Terry. Never stop chasing. Wow. Thank you. Wow. Wow. See some of these beautiful skies in the distance. I definitely do think the cap will break. But even if it doesn't, I think there's still probably going to be a band of elevated supercells that come through. It does look like the enhanced risk was retained, folks. I still see the old enhanced from April 5th. Mega outbreak that we anticipated, of course. We always anticipate things here. About 4 to 7 minutes faster than everybody else here at Team Dominator. Ooh, we did retain the 10%. That's the 10% area, Fort Smith, all the way up toward Jonesboro. I'm coming in on the I-40 corridor. One thing that could favor this late arrival is that maybe there could be some renegades that develop way off to the east that we might have a chance to be on. I use Radar Scope, but there's a bunch of apps out there you can use. My Radar Omega is a good one. I used to work for Radar Omega. They were paying me to storm chase back in the day, but Don Murray's a good friend of mine. They did end up firing me when I had pink eye. I was covering those debris flows and flash floods during monsoon season in the southwest U.S., just working flood after flood, dominating the debris flows. And there was one flood that we intercepted north of Phoenix, and David Rankin and I are running through the creek bed. We look down and there's scat, fecal matter, maybe from a wild boar, maybe from a cow, and the flood came ripping through, documented the flood, ran along the front edge. Then I ended up catching pink eye. 2 floods later, I was going into a slot canyon there in Zion National Park, and I thought I was going to die. I thought the thing was going to spread to my brain. You know, I'd get out, and at just a little bit of daylight, it would hurt. Like the pain would go back into my brain. And went into the slot canyon, came out, and it started getting better. But then I came out, and then they wanted to go a different direction. Said I wasn't promoting, but I was hammering the promo. Just hammering the promo. But a really good app, good friends over there. It was a good run for a year. You know, I'm still a big fan of the app. I use it on my computer when I'm doing my weather briefings. When I'm on the road, I use Radar Scope just because I'm more familiar with the hand motions, and it's a slightly more simple app. I don't need all the bells and whistles when I'm out on the road, storm chasing when I'm using my phone, for example. Yeah, Radar Omega is a great app, especially if you're tracking it from the comfort of your own home. Then you can look at other things like surface maps. You can see live cameras on there, live meteorological data that'll get streamed. It's an awesome app. Yeah, now I think Radar Omega is working with Ryan, so, and Vince. It's always good when you see other weather enthusiasts get supported by previous companies that you worked with. It's always good to see young up-and-coming chasers getting supported as well, making that ends meet. Vince is one of the great up-and-coming storm chasers. The future is absolutely bright for Vince Walty. He's definitely got what it takes to grind out here, storm chase, sleep in your car. And he's got the tech skills too, the overlays on his streams. Seems passionate about science as well, helping out in the warning process. It's always a good thing to see. No, I was thinking about doing the Storm Chaser power rankings though. And I remember I posted about that last year and the community just shot it down. So I might have to do that again. Or maybe someone will copy it and roll it out. But as long as it gets rolled out, that's a good thing. But I think that would be kind of fun. Get everybody excited about Storm Chasers. Then they ended up doing it at ChaserCon, giving out like the Storm Chaser awards, which is cool. It'd be awesome to have the Storm Chaser convention once again going. Sounds awesome, Marwin. If you're gonna storm chase, you might as well collect data and contribute to the scientific process, and that includes video. Video is a highly underrated aspect of the scientific process, and it's simply important to know what the phenomenon that you're measuring looks like. Yes. Hey Vince, he's watching. Talking about rolling out stickers and badges last year, but definitely started taking on some paddling upstream without a paddle. But that's usually how the weather community goes. If an idea comes out that's good, everyone will rip on it, and then another person will come in and just roll that idea out. So you might as well just roll it out. That's kind of the game. Yeah, observation, very important part of science. Video observation, and that is a data point. Every pixel on that camera is a data point. Now with photogrammetry and everything too, you can track little pieces of debris. Probably even high enough resolution to track individual dust and get an estimate of the wind speeds in tornadoes. It's another area of research. That pixel, basically, it's like the camera sending out something, receives information, plots it out in a digital format. Really not dissimilar from radar if you think about it. Sending out a pulse, getting information back on the wind's toward and away from the beam. It's harder, of course, to get the wind perpendicular to the beam. I still do have that enhanced risk. I believe that was the new risk. Usually I don't like to focus too much on the other human opinions of a forecast and just try to stay focused on the old meteorology when I'm making my own outlooks in Microsoft Paint, or hand drawing them with my colored pencil kit. Or else then everybody's outlook will look exactly the same, because I think naturally we all move as a herd. We think of forecasts, we like to share that opinion, and opinions and concepts get shared so widely that I think everything just kind of gravitates toward the same forecast. Everybody gravitates toward the same target area. So I'm trying to go through the process a little bit in a vacuum now, just to see what would happen, totally independent of outside influence. what target would we end up on? Would we all end up on the same storm? Like a fly on shite. Another thing as we're coming into the peak season is there's going to be a lot of traffic jams out here. Long lines of chasers, so you kind of have to adjust your strategy a little bit. I chase up so close to the tornado, usually even when it's forming, that a lot of times the traffic isn't there as much. They like to preserve their windshields, not get as much in the way of hail dents. But once you get behind that line, you're done for. You know, likely you're going to be probably out of position to even intercept, unless you have racing drones that can launch in overhead the line. But then battery life, range becomes an issue. Don't sleep on today either. A lot of times the day before the day ends up going big. I bet tomorrow ends up like May 29, 2004. 3 supercells across the entire massive warm sector from North Texas all the way up to eastern Nebraska. There were 3 total supercells, all that were tornado producers. But there were differences between them. The northern one was an HP storm, high precipitation. The middle one ended up being a classic in Conway Springs, Kansas. Totally well ventilated. And then the far southern storm in central northwest Oklahoma, kind of near Calumet area. That one ended up being more HP than any of the supercells. So interestingly, despite relatively uniform parameter space north to south of the large warm sector, you still had the different evolution in storm mode between the 3 supercells to that massive warm sector. Another one was April 14, 2012. That's kind of a similar analog. That one, throughout the day, the cap held, and then suddenly it started breaking up into Kansas. First broke in central Kansas, south of Salina near Lyons, Kansas was the tornado of the day that happened relatively early in the afternoon. And we just kept waiting in southern Kansas for that dry line to erupt. And finally it did. Numerous incredibly photogenic tornadoes, including drill bits down into northwestern Oklahoma on that day. We ended up in McPherson, Kansas, getting on a storm that did produce a tornado right just before sunset, and then produced multiple big, large tornadoes just after sunset. Then I think it's going to settle in on Wednesday, central southern U.S., large-scale outbreak. So I do think this is going to be the most significant severe weather event in Tornado Alley to happen in about 3 years, since 2019, which was a pretty active year for Tornado Alley. Even with the May 20, 2019 event that busted a little bit. I've still got another 8 to 9 hours to the target area. So normally I'd be in my hotel slinging weather briefings in my PJs, figuring out my plan of attack, and instead I'm just going to drive it in. It's coming in hot, a little bit late, but should be right on schedule for initiation. It might be a little tired at the end of the week, but generally machines don't get tired. Training my whole life for this. Elevated storm. Tomorrow I probably will target northeast Kansas. Maybe start near Topeka and then work southwest toward Wichita unless things change. Right now, according to the RAP analysis, we do have a subtle surface low across northwest Texas. I like to use the RAP analysis, meso-analysis, to kind of get an idea of what's going on there. And there you can see that subtle surface low developing across northwestern Texas. That's a good point. Either way, I'm dominating. Instability axis is beginning to show its general shape and the nose poking up into Fort Smith. You have a front that is becoming stationary right now. stretching from about Frederick up toward Fayetteville. That's going to be the focus for initiation of storms later on today. My 18Z, no cap, analyzed across DFW up toward Fort Smith. Southwesterly winds throughout the warm sector. You gotta wonder if that north central Texas area of the slight risk is setting up for a big event. Might have to tell Captain Vanover to even target the Dallas area. I would hate for him to drive away from a tornado threat. SBC out usually gives the HRRR quite a bit of weight. And with the HRRR erupting those numerous supercells across east central Oklahoma into northwestern Arkansas, that's definitely, and it's been there run to run. Let's look at the 11Z HRRR, see what the forecast is across northwestern Arkansas. Wow. Look at that configuration, folks. You get renegades across the Ozarks, southern periphery of the Ozark Mountains. You also get that renegade in southeastern Oklahoma, out near Pushmataha County. Wow. Look at that renegade in the mountains there of southeastern Oklahoma, folks. This is strong capping inversion on the HRRR, precludes convective initiation on the dry line down into Dallas, but the slight risk down there suggests that there's likely going to be initiation of supercells on the dry line in that mode. I use Radar Scope on my phone when I'm storm chasing, and then I use Radar Omega when I'm doing my weather briefings on my laptop in the morning. But other than that, I don't really use apps. I just use the raw meteorology. Weak ass TikTok I posted yesterday. I'm getting 2,000 views. That's hilarious. Just put a couple sparkles on it and the thing blows up. Might have to do some crystal digging as well on this trip. Some of those supercells might even head directly over the quartz capital of the world, Mount Ida, Arkansas. Show you some of the parameter space now that is being indicated by models. Wow. So here's the 0 to 1 EHI, and you can definitely see kind of a pooling of the moisture and a conglomeration of the low-level shear right on the southern gradient of the Ozarks, right up against the plateau. It's like Little Rock to Fort Smith, southeast Oklahoma. That is going to be the belt of greatest tornado potential. So that's your 0 to 1 kilometer EHI. Normally I don't like to use the composite indices with 0 to 1 kilometer SRH along with surface-based instability. I like to separate out the individual indices. But in this case, just gives you a decent idea of the favorable low-level shear and instability space. And look at how it's a little bit reduced down at the dry line closer to Dallas. That's why I think probably more in the way of guerrilla hail threat out there. Low-level shear is a bit more marginal for tornadoes. But then you get along the stationary front, southeastern Oklahoma through northwestern Arkansas. That's going to be initiating storms, and that's going to be the mode today that should initiate supercells that move into northwest Arkansas. That was at 5 p.m. Thank you, Sherelle. Merch store, reedtimmerstore.com. REED, timmerstore.com. We got Gizmo shirts on there, radar shirts, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, meeting with Captain Vanover. That'll be just to the west of Fort Smith. He's going to be coming up from Dallas. Thank you, Calm as Chamomile. Thank you for helping us with the moderation. Second career choice, but probably would have been a meteorologist at the Weather Service, or probably more of a research meteorologist. Obviously, I love the tornado research, so I could do both with storm chasing, tornado research, and severe weather. No, on Tuesday I'm going to be working the dry line, eastern Kansas. And then on Wednesday I'll be back. Yeah, I'll be going live throughout the day on Facebook as well. That's my main stream, honestly, when I'm storm chasing. I'm going to meet up with Captain Vanover. We'll have NERC. We're going to have a shooter in the car. We're going to be deploying sensors. Everything will be recorded live. Think like live PD, but with storm chasing. That's kind of my plan of attack here. really have too much of a home, honestly. So, not home really ever. I consider the road my home. Never really been one that can be at home too much anyway. Just like the storm chase. Basically an area that separates moist air from dry air. It requires a minimum of a 7-degree Celsius change in dew point from east to west across the dry line. Relatively tight as well, a tight gradient. To the west of the dry line, you usually get more southwesterly winds mixing down to the dry air. Wow, thank you. Thank you, PS. And usually the dry line is the most conducive area for supercell development. It's oriented more north-south. It won't undercut the supercells as much. The supercells can move off the dry line. A lot of times it'll slosh back to the west. It'll advance east and then will slosh back to the west. Also, the Bowdle radar image, Bowdle, South Dakota radar image, it's available on reedtimmerstore.com. Check that one out as well. It's one of my personal favorites. And we're going to roll out a different radar image for every different tornado. Yeah, Fayetteville, you are just maybe north of the main risk area, but it definitely includes your area down to Fort Smith, out toward Jonesboro, right along that southern edge of the plateau. Thank you, Sophie. Never stop chasing. That area, the low-level shear does intensify to the east of the dry line near Dallas, up into southeastern Oklahoma. Fort Smith, the environment really gets nasty around your area, 5 to 8 p.m. End up settling down toward Hot Springs, southeastern Oklahoma. It really seems like southeast Oklahoma is quite the hot spot for this tornado event. Renegade's all the way out near Jonesboro, though, with tornado potential. Boy, that southeast Oklahoma area looks like it has a number of supercell storms out there. To get gas again here soon. Look at the abundance of gravity waves up in those mid-level clouds. Nashville on Wednesday could certainly be active. Basically a huge swath of the central and southern U.S., mid-south. Yeah, every single one. Every single supercell needs to be watched. Low-level jet max that develops right around 0Z seems to be maximized near the Arklatex. So I'll probably end up headed toward Fort Smith and then dropping south into the mountains there of eastern and southeast Oklahoma. Yes, it is. This is the Cumberland Plateau up here now. Oh yeah. And an enhanced risk is a relatively new category, kind of added there to bridge the gap between a slight risk and a moderate risk. Maybe it doesn't look quite confident enough to drop the moderate, so an enhanced is kind of a way to bridge the gap up to the moderate risk. See a guy trying to come over. And somebody ended up honking at the van. I do think it does look like more of a hail threat today, but boy, there definitely is a threat of tornadoes. The low-level jet is going to increase throughout central southern Arkansas into southeastern Oklahoma, far northeastern corner of Texas as well. Oh, don't worry, I'm always watching the road. I just kind of on autopilot, stream of consciousness, telling you my thoughts about the setup. I could do that in my sleep. Talk about severe weather, storms, forecast setups, today's setup. And I've driven about 2 million miles in my career. So kind of the numbers speak for themselves. I'm a very safe driver. I go slow, I take my time, I drive defensively, I'm aware of all the cars around me, I check my blind spots constantly. I use all my senses when I'm driving, I listen for cars. I look, I communicate non-verbally. Sometimes verbally. Sometimes I say bad words here and there, but for the most part I try to remain calm. Unless there's a tornado about to hit us from the back. Alignment is great, especially with these new tires that I picked up southeast of Birmingham the other day. But I've also driven in all conditions. Blizzards, 2 feet of water, flash floods. I've driven through tornadoes. I've driven through the eye walls of major powerful hurricanes. All conditions, feet of snow, Buffalo Lake effect emergency, 8 and 9 feet of snow, blinding whiteouts, softball-sized hail, baseball hail. I've driven through the worst conditions on the planet my entire life for 25 years, 2 million miles, and just the experience of that driving and staying alive and not getting in accidents is kind of proof of the pudding. Yeah, sometimes you gotta communicate non-verbally. But yeah, self-driving cars can't come soon enough. Then I can start doing these weather briefings while I'm going down the road, show you graphics. Then I would go on foot if the Tesla ran out of juice. Yeah, this is live. My fellow old man. RJ become a different person when a tornado's on the ground. Instinct takes over. But the hard part is getting within range. Once I get within range of a tornado, then it's just natural. The execution is pretty easy. The storm that dented the hood was multiple storms. It started off just a couple of days after I bought it as a brand new vehicle, running into baseballs near Colorado Springs, trying to chase some flash floods out there in the high plains. Then I went to the desert southwest to chase those debris flows out there. And then 2019 definitely got some dents in it. 2020 is really when the legendary hail started pummeling this vehicle. Pecos Valley, eastern Wyoming, of course. Eastern Wyoming, you get a ton of hail out there. Big hail. But in 2020, as we were shooting Storm Rising, we had to rent that van, the Sprinter van. So we're driving around in a Sprinter van, blowing the windows out of that one. But the Sprinter van actually has shocks that automatically adjust. So if you get a side wind of like 100 miles an hour, the shocks will automatically adjust and keep the vehicle vertical. But then 2021, I got into some more hail, Lando, Texas, a couple other big hail producers. Blue bonnets. Texas, the blue bonnets are out right now. Beautiful wildflower of Central Texas. One of my favorite parts of this time of year are the wildflowers. I love looking at wildflowers. Storm chasers, it would just be for 10 weeks during peak season. It would usually start in mid-April, around April 10 or so, and then we go all the way until late June, usually around June 20th. That's when storm chasers would start to come to a close. Those were crazy times back then. We were like a band on the road, it felt like. Lucky to have survived. Beautiful waves on top of the stable layers in the atmosphere. Definitely a lot of gravity waves in the mid-levels up there. Pretty deep, statically stable layer this far east. Anticyclone dominating off the southeastern U.S. The southerly flow around the western edge of that high helps to maintain the reservoir of dew points in the Gulf of Mexico. game plan today is to roll all the way to Fort Smith and then chase the clusters of supercells that develop southwest of Fort Smith and then move into northwestern Arkansas. I'm going to be deploying gravity wave sensors. I'm going to be flying drones across complex terrain, using it as a periscope, and positioning for the mega dryline event. Right now, the greatest parameter space is from northern Oklahoma through central and eastern Kansas. But don't count out the surface low track yet. Eastern Nebraska, potentially the warm front lifting up into Iowa. There will be tornadoes in Nebraska. Trust me on that. Yeah, I definitely thought about shooting 360 as well. You got to figure out how to transition effectively into Web 3, definitely with storm chasing. I should have put out another risk area today. I might even maximize it down into that southeast corner of Oklahoma, through Fort Smith, up through Conway to Jonesboro. That stripe, that line, that's where I think the greatest tornado threat's going to be today. Bruce. Hi, Aaron. You made it. Oh, my friend, wave clouds, wave clouds, wave clouds. I'm good, perpendicular to the ground. Tumbles. The Ozark Mountains are included in Arkansas. The Ozark Plateau, a great place to look for quartz crystals. Mount Ida is the quartz capital of the world. The whole thing is frickin' Mondo quartz. Massive quartz points. Whoa there. Everybody calm. Hello? How's it going? Yeah, I got it on the windshield. It's already on YouTube. I'm headed toward Fort Smith. Yeah, 8-9 hours. It's like a tornado threat southeast Oklahoma to northwestern Arkansas. Yeah, I hit McDonald's about a half hour ago, 3 burritos. Yeah, but I don't have a ton of time since I got out late. I didn't get out till about 4:30 this morning. So... Yeah. I arrive at about 4:30, and that's when they first start to develop. So that'll be good. The whole chase is going to be 72 hours, but I think it'll start developing in 8.5 hours. I'm closing in on Nashville now. But I got the tax documents done. That's a win. No, but I can estimate. So, yeah. I know. Oh, are you serious? I didn't know that. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. It is what it is, you know. That just kind of is how things go. You just have to... Yeah, we're in good shape, though. Yeah, and the paying every quarter is good too. I'm ahead of the game. Definitely ahead of the game as we were from last year at this time. Yeah, we're doing good. Just gotta chase through it. Yeah. Boy, Tiger Woods kind of fell apart there the last couple days, but yeah, he did. I'm happy. Yeah, he did great. First round, he was below par and made the cut. I was just happy to see him walk around out there. Yes, I saw that. Yeah. No, I noticed that too. Yeah. How much does it cost to go to the Masters? You can't just roll in and get a ticket. How much do you think it is to be a patron? Yeah. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah. I think they just use the, I mean, they probably have a gold-plated toilet seat in there, I would think. Maybe they wear a catheter. Like the NASCAR. They all wear those tight pants now. There wouldn't be any room for a bladder in there. You notice that? They all got those tight pants now. Yeah. Yeah, they're wearing those neck shirts now too. Those tight kind of collared shirts with no collar, just a tight neck on them. Yeah, human fashion sure is bizarre, isn't it? Everyone's. Yeah. I think it's a natural desire for humans to look like a Martian, like a more advanced, modern version of itself. Yeah, that's why they wear those big glasses, to look like you have the big eyes and stuff. How are you feeling? Wow, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, don't do that. Just let the thing heal. Yeah. Non-stop x-rays. Yeah. Then physical therapy. Yeah. All right, I gotta get some gas here. All right. All right. I'll keep you updated. See you, Bruce. Bye. Be right back, guys. Gotta use the restroom. Yep. Yep. Looks like we lost it. We're back. We back.
At the light, use the right lane to merge onto I-40 West.
Yeah, I think the gas might be going down just a little bit. Keeping below $4. I have to flex tape my bumper again at the next stop. When I get behind these trucks, you get in a wake eddy. You get in a wake eddy behind the truck, creates these turbulent wake eddies, and it causes the vehicle to move side to side, causes the bumper to flare out. Everybody, welcome to the live feed from the Dominator 4 heading westbound toward the Enhanced Risk in Arkansas. The new Outlook still has an Enhanced Risk. Northwest Arkansas back into southeastern Oklahoma on a slight risk down through the DFW Metroplex. The slight risk is a lot more conditional. Many of the convective allowing models are not convected in dryline back to DFW. But later on, near and just after sunset, the low-level wind shear does increase immediately to the east of the dry line lake, including DFW. So never underestimate a dry line setup across the DFW Metroplex. Even if it's a conditional one, slight risk in place, a lot of times those end up overperforming relative to expectations. I think that the tornado threat should remain just south of the Missouri border today. It's going to be more of a eastern Oklahoma, southeast Oklahoma. The latest convective allowing models are kind of concentrating intense storms down in that area, southeastern Oklahoma. Moving toward central Arkansas as well. Yeah, keep it on point, keep it about weather. mostly, but anything's fine. As long as it's not bad spam or negative things. Yeah, it definitely knows it down below $4 across northern Georgia, which is good. Brian's not going to be here this time. He's going to be manning home base. He's working on refining our production quality. Instead of me just running around with a potato phone, we're definitely trying to ramp up the production quality across the board. Whether it be kind of a real-time Storm Chasers level type production that we deploy, like Tornado Chasers as well on our page. Also, the live aspects are going to be refined. You kind of see like a live PD type deal, except with storm chasing. Real time, but the whole narrative will be driven by the Storm Chasers. Narration, everything will be all Storm Chasers. Gizmo is at my mom's place. I left her back at my mom's place for this one again. Gizmo is getting a little bit older. She's 13 now, so I feel like it's best for her just to kind of chill out these days. But she is going to go storm chasing. We just might wait a little bit toward peak season. She's going to be chasing a lot of the planes as well. I've seen a lot of discussions online right now about the HRRR 48 hours out not convecting the warm sector yet. Don't be alarmed when that happens. A lot of times these pure dry line setups, they won't just over convect in the convectible hour models. And if that happened, then I would definitely be alarmed. I would think that there'd be too much convection across the warm sector. The good news is that I think that is probably more of a May 29, 2004 type scenario where you have a total of like 3 supercells south to north through the whole entire warm sector, North Texas all the way up to southeastern Nebraska. Probably going to have like 2 or 3 supercells through the whole warm sector moving into that strong wind shear, surface space instability environment. But on that day, as we were talking about earlier, different mode between the 3 supercells. The northern one was an HP. The middle one, which was near just west of Wichita, that was more of a classic supercell. Everybody was really jealous of that one. What the hell? What the hell? But everybody that wasn't on that Wichita area tornado was really jealous of the storm chasers that were on it. Joel was on that one. And then I think he left it for the southern storm back into northwestern Oklahoma. But that one ended up being a pure HP supercell, just not as visible. Completely wrapped in rain. It did produce some weaker tornadoes, but That just goes to show you that from south to north through that whole large warm sector, you can still get a lot of discrepancies in storm mode. Looks like we got a little bit of a wave cloud here developing over the Cumberland Plateau. Look at that. You can definitely see some kind of mottled condensation there at the mid-levels. Looks like we have just a little bit of a wave cloud here right above the Cumberland Plateau. Some elevated storms right now across the Ozark Mountains. Southeast of Springdale, east of Fayetteville. Some heavier rain moving through the Ozarks. Just behind that front. Front just on the southeastern periphery. Some isotropic lift, Muskogee down toward Henrietta. A little bit of some shower activity that's developing there. I'm just east of Nashville, heading westbound on I-40. Look at the red maples, the buds, bright red buds that are showing themselves. I already had breakfast at McDonald's breakfast burritos, 3 of them. Probably about a good 8 hours away from convective initiation, so we're going to have a good 8-hour stream here, everybody. Hope you enjoy it, hope you're satisfied. Hold on to your butts. Yeah, I try to counterbalance my road diet with intense cardiovascular exercise. 30, 40, 50 miles a week running, weights, push-ups, pull-ups. Pretty much like Rocky out there in between storms. Adrian! Adrian! Yeah, pretty much over the last 25 years, I just drive. I drive nonstop. You talk to yourself. You have a lot of time to think about things, think about different theories on the nature of things. I have a lot of little self-thought theories that I have in my head that I'm always trying to prove. I could see the sole surviving fast food franchise being Taco Bell. A lot less gluten in it. Really, every food is just kind of a combination of protein, fat, lard, carbohydrates. That's kind of how I look at it. Try to do about 400 push-ups a day and 30 pull-ups. I'd like to get that number close to 100 pull-ups, but I kind of have naturally long arms, so I have a weaker pull-up, I think. Plus, my natural weight is at about 190 pounds, so I'm in decent shape. I think you need to have those T-Rex arms to do a lot of pull-ups and to throw a deep ball, to throw a long ball. Like a good quarterback, you gotta have that little T-Rex arm, a little coil, a little spring. I've got more noodle arms than are as a tenacious defender in basketball, golf, science Olympiad, storm chasing. Yeah, I guess little mild muscle cramps, but I work really hard to reduce my inflammation on a large scale. Combination of CBD treatment, intense cardio exercise, stretches. My game plan is to really prolong my storm chasing career the next 40, 50 years. Left lane is for passing, right lane is for cruising. I think to sling weather reports too, it's also important to have the little T-Rex arms, weather briefings, point to the screen and whatnot. Yeah, sitting in this L shape is not good, especially when you have the adrenaline pumping. It hammers the endocrine system. You're sitting on the prostate gland already in the L shape, and it's just not good. I think it creates a lot of inflammation, a lot of cortisol release. See, I'm anticipating the merger of the traffic on the right, getting over to the left, allowing them to merge in peace, and then I get back over to the right lane. Anticipation is the key. Wayne Gretzky broke all those records because he played where the puck is going to be. He anticipated the puck. He didn't play where it is now or where it was in the past, then you'd be even worse. You got to anticipate the movement of the puck. Allow artificial intelligence to anticipate any accidents or backups and recompute the fastest route for me. See how we got the left-hand blinker that just came on? I'm going to allow this person space if they want to merge. Might just be an error, but we don't want to take any chances with a flammable truck like this. He's obviously got his blinker on, he or she. We got the number 1203 here with the blinker. Left blinker on. Passing. Blinker. You saw how I anticipated a potential lane change there. Not shut down, Big Chief. If it isn't, Google is going to go ahead and route me around it. There are computers now that can compute all this data in real time, compute fast routes, GPS data. There's just a lot of modern technologies out there that make it available to learn where the backups are. What even is television anymore? Yeah, when I got pulled over for that taillight being out, we would have intercepted that tornado in Barwick too, so that's always tough, but I understand that's how it goes. I had a taillight out. Paid the price for it. early streaming content is also ads. Every piece of content will almost always have ads on it unless you're paying a subscription fee. But yeah, for cable television, you're paying for the cable and you have to watch television. And you have to watch the commercials. Revenue out from the pockets of especially storm chasers. Not for you, Supercell Chaser, because you inaccurately reported that I-40 is shut down. My email is jacassstormchaser.com. Excited about my next Varsity Tutors class. We're going to be doing a live storm chase where I take the class through the whole process from the weather briefing all the way up to when storms are firing to maybe even the tornado. That's our goal for this next class. So that'll be a lot of fun. Look at that beautiful red bud. This is definitely my favorite tree. Thank you, Cal6. Never stop chasing. Tennessee sidestep. Starting to get leaves, but it's a little bit later this year. Springtime, look at the reds. You can definitely see the red buds. Yeah, even watching the Masters, you can tell that the leaves just weren't as far along as they were before. Targeting Fort Smith, Arkansas. I arrive at about 4:30. Iowa day, even April 9, 2011. Watch, only the surface low ends up going big. Pretty funny, a lot of these people that are saying that the just posting the HRRR convective reflectivities showing that a wide open warp sector is there. It used to be back in the day, we would look at the models east of the tri-line, and when there wasn't too much convection, we'd be like, wow, this is going to be isolated supercells, renegade supercells within this. And when it would over-convect, you'd be like, oh dang, this thing's going to over-convect, be a squall line. But now, just with the HRRR, you can just look at the composite reflectivity distribution in it, and boom, make a statement on exactly how you think the outbreak's going to go. I think that that's a little bit dangerous. You've got to focus in on the environment, look at soundings. If there's a dry line with strong convergence along the dry line, it's likely going to initiate supercell storms with no capping inversion, upper level dynamics, jet dynamics. Gravity waves to be propagating up and down in the dry adiabatic environment back behind the dry line, propagating down to where it's surface convergence. And I know that the role of gravity waves kind of in the well-mixed dry environment behind the dry line plays a crucial role in convective initiation along the dry line. That's from a Howie Bluestein class that I took some years ago. Took all of Dr. Bluestein's classes at the University of Oklahoma, all the dynamics courses, mesoscale meteorology, convective storms. Just loved all of his classes. Definitely my favorite classes in my entire life were Dr. Howie Bluestein classes at the University of Oklahoma, dynamics, mathematics. He'd be deriving the equations on the chalkboard, wiping his face with the chalk, and it was just almost like a Zen, meditative almost of an experience. A lot of the classes, definitely. Eventually they were wanting me out of there. They don't really recognize my time at the University of Oklahoma. I'm not even on the wall of alumni. And they're kind of anti-storm chasing, the new millennials. One of the new heads there at the University of Oklahoma. Not as much into the severe weather and storm chasing, a little bit more into larger scale meteorology, drought, flash drought, climate. Texas Tech is definitely kind of at the forefront of severe weather now, field research. Dr. Chris Weiss back there, Chris Weiss. He was in grad school as a PhD student when I was there, played on the hockey team there at the University of Oklahoma. That's an easy statement to say. Isn't all of it interconnected? But I think anytime you use absolutes like that, all, every, none, then it's probably inaccurate, especially when you're defining something like the weather. And I think there's definitely some disconnect at different scales within the weather. There is an energy cascade that usually flows upscale, downscale, if you will. I think there's a disconnect between like a tornado cyclone, even literally a tornado cyclone from a mesocyclone is almost choked off in the mesocyclone by the clear slot sheath of sinking air through the occlusion process. AVs would be an occluding mid-latitude cyclone, but there are definitely interconnections between the different space and time scales in meteorology, from the weather all the way up to the longer-term climate scales. I think, yeah, especially tomorrow evening and night. I do classes on Varsity Tutors and also for my Facebook subscribers, so I kind of can do my teaching on those platforms as well. But only 7 hours out from the target. How did I end up this far east? Where's the storm at? I cannot beat Tiger Woods in golf ever, whether he has one leg or what. No, never. I remember that storm front debate. Reed is never on the storm front. OU golf course is fun. Jimmy Austin. It's wide open, long. It can be windy out there, but loved it. Lieutenant Dan moments in many storms. I definitely do find it interesting that the models are so under convecting the dry line, but I'm not surprised at all either. A lot of times if you have like 3 supercells up and down a dry line from northeast Kansas all the way down to north Texas, it's probably not going to even be resolved by the convective allowing models. There's a lot of dry air in the atmosphere, similar to April 14, 2012. We also thought that day was going to be some huge outbreak, and it was in the end. But initially, as the outbreak was progressing, everyone's like, where's the tornado outbreak? You had the one tornado early in central Kansas, and then it convected as it got closer to 0Z all the way down into northern Oklahoma. Sometimes it just takes a little bit of time. Got to be patient out there, especially in the plains. More loaded gun type soundings, capping inversion. Seeing a lot of discussions online, people throwing out that new HRRR model that only convects Iowa, basically Omaha up to Fort Dodge. Probably more of a Mapleton, Iowa type of a setup, April 9, 2011. Yeah, I think we're going to be able to improve tornado warning lead times even more, especially once we can automate radar interpretation. Analyzing dual pole radar data really isn't that difficult. I think that the faster that supercomputers are able to kind of take over that slack, I think that's when we're really going to get improvement in tornado warning lead times. Start to get machine learning and everything starts to identify as storms are starting to undergo the progression toward becoming tornadic. I am on average between 5 and 9 minutes faster. I am on average between 12 and 17 minutes faster than the average storm chaser. Nobody can deploy gravity wave sensors faster than Team Dominator and the boys. Hey, look! Look over there! Look, Bobby, look who it is! It's Team Dominator and the boys! Oh my gosh, in our parking lot! Look, it's Team Dominator and the boys! Look, it's them! Who are you gonna call? Team Dominator and the boys. Team Dominator and the boys are between 12 and 17 minutes faster than the average chaser. That's applying gravitron sensors. Hashtag Team Dominator and the boys. Oh my God, look who it is! Oh, look! It's Team Dominator and the boys! Flex Seal's holding up great. The side mirror is dominating. Everything's dominating. Hardest part is showing up for a storm chase, but I am showing up today. Look at the lined up wave clouds, hoagie buns right in front of me. Gizmo's probably awake now. Fort Smith right now. We'll go through Little Rock on the way, folks. Birthday to Kyle Graves, 24. Big storm chaser photographer. Yeah, the photo that I have in back of me during the weather briefings is the Dora, New Mexico tornado. So that was shot by Kyle Russell Allen. Kim Twister, welcome. Rocky Top, Rocky Top, Rocky Top, Tennessee. Passing the Candy Fork. Like to make faces at people when they pass me just to see what they do. Yeah, a lot of people will get on my chat and say to check out other streams and stuff. A lot of people will hire discounts and have kids go over and try to pull them over to the other stream. I support that, you know. If you guys want to check out steal my ideas, let it rip. I don't care at this point. I'm starting to get a little older, so I'm not as protective over things like that anymore. Still a little bit bubbles up the endocrine system, but not too much. I'm just here to chase into the sunset. Thank you, Edith. Look at those cloud streets lined up. Southerly winds, some gravity wave action. Looks like waves on top of an ocean. Yeah, I'm sure now that the 12Z models are starting to come out, you're going to see all the weather briefings come on. Target areas. Really, if you'll notice, though, all the target areas, including mine, look very similar to the SBC, similar to all outlooks that are out there. The models are getting so good that it'd almost be better if it was automatically generated, kind of one outlook, like what you're getting with the NATO cast, forecasts of outlooks. Colorado State team is developing some machine learning products. Yeah, beautiful wave clouds out here today. So beautiful, I'm going live on the book face. Live on the Hoagie Bun clouds. And then evolve through northwestern as a lot of those short range models are showing. Interestingly, some of the new convective allowing models are showing a relatively open, clean warm sector on Tuesday with a big dry line across all the way down into the southern plains. Don't read too much into the convective allowing models and the exact convective evolution of those models. A lot of times, and back in the day when I was forecasting, when you had a clean warm sector like that, it would mean more isolated renegade supercells. And if you had a lot of convection, then the concern would be, wow, the warm sector might over-convect and become more of a squall line type of a situation. But the morning HRRR model convects eastern Nebraska into Iowa, kind of a renegade storm up along the surface low up there. That one's probably going to produce a lot of tornadoes as it moves from eastern Nebraska into Iowa. And then a little bit more uncertain is when the dry line is going to convect all the way down through eastern Kansas, all the way down into Oklahoma. Some of the concern could be like a Brady, Nebraska type of a scenario in 2000 when the storm that went up near the surface low ended up producing a family of tornadoes, and then the dry line was suppressed by the cap. Towers started going up on the dry line down into Kansas, all the way down into Oklahoma. Tornado watches were coming out, and then the capping inversion came in. Towers turned to turkey necks, shrunk down, and the whole dry line mode died out on the Brady, Nebraska day, late May 2000. Meanwhile, the supercells that were moving too northerly near the surface low ended up producing tornadoes due easterly low-level jet into those tornadoes as well. And I was actually on the Brady storm initially and thought, wow, this thing's moving north-northwest. That's not right. You know, I thought if a storm was going to be dominant, it's going to be moving northeast. It's kind of early in my storm chasing career, 22 years ago. And to this day, I really wish we stayed on that storm and chased it all the way up into the Brady, Nebraska area. Major tornadoes moving north, even turning to the northwest, kind of around the north side of the surface low. Vertically stacked surface low on that day. This one's not even close to vertically stacked. We've got an open wave, an open upper level trough that's ejecting. More of a ski jump configuration, the timing of which is definitely needs to be appropriate. But right now we had hoagie bun clouds as I'm going through central Tennessee. You're getting a little more messy now as I'm heading west toward Nashville, but wanted to share with you these hoagie bun clouds. Storm Prediction Center retained the slight risk. The slight risk in Dallas. The enhanced risk has been added though from Fort Smith near Fayetteville and up toward Jonesboro, northern Arkansas. Meeting up with Captain Vanover as soon as he wakes up. He's going to be headed toward Fort Smith as well from the Dallas area. Hoagie buns are starting to get a little more messy now. Starting to get into a little bit of the moisture axis here already in central Tennessee with the arrival of this cloud cover. Looks like I'm going to be going through Nashville right during peak morning rush hour traffic. Today, I think that the main threat is going to be Gorilla Hail, definitely an isolated tornado potential. And don't discount that slight risk back into the DFW. Never discount a dry line with conditional development of supercells across the DFW area. That includes for Tuesday as well. Some of the short range models are showing a cluster of renegades down near the Texas Piney Woods, north of Houston a ways. Boy, who has the fortitude to target the Texas piney woods on a day like tomorrow? With a big dry line north-south across the I-35 corridor, southern central plains. Strong surface low. Some models really deep in that surface low in eastern Nebraska. Others don't as much. Fort Smith. Thank you, moderators, for dominating. Facebook is my main and primary stream. The highest quality stream. I'll start and stop it as well throughout the chase. Just kind of refresh the algorithm and notifications, send out new notifications during it. Flex tape side mirror still holding good. I use it almost every time. Every time I make a lane change, I use it. I also manually check before I make a lane change. Safety first. We got Hoagie Bun clouds, banded clouds here. With that southerly low-level traffic starting to increase in intensity. Linwood Road. Linwood, Kansas was already deployed on May 28, 2019. figured we'll just go live the whole drive out. It's going to be a 12-hour drive. What the hell else am I going to do? Listen to the radio? But no, that's pretty fun. I do think that there is a pretty strong chance of seeing a tornado today, the day before the day. I can also see Wednesday being a pretty substantial tornado outbreak across the central and southern U.S. as the elbow of the trough penetrates into the central southern United States. Approaching Nashville right now, Music City. I've probably seen about 700 tornadoes or so. 25 years. Average by about 30, 40 a year, 30 a year. About the impact-based enhanced Fujita scale. I didn't catch that. I'm driving, so I can only catch a couple little dingers. 3 big significant severe weather days in a row, starting today. Fort Smith up across northern Arkansas. I chase this area quite a bit. It's actually one of my favorite areas to chase. Very complex, difficult terrain. Key would be we go all the way up to Iowa and then double back south for the Mid-South on Wednesday. I have to chase a northern mode if you chase Iowa on Wednesday. So, how you play these next few days is going to be a big deal. How you play your cards. Not everybody gets dealt the same cards. Keep that in mind. Spring colors are fantastic here across Nashville. Trying to cut me off. It's that Team Dominator and the boys. Hey, look who it is! It's Team Dominator and the boys! Definitely tell there's some moisture convection happening out here. Mid-levels, low-level moisture streaming northward. analysis even as early as midday to the early afternoon erodes all the convective inhibition. Southeastern Oklahoma to northeast Texas into western Arkansas, kind of setting the stage for eventual explosive supercell development later on today. Got another 8 hours to go till convective initiation. There's some elevated storms right now over the Ozark Mountain region. Harrison down to I-40, quite a bit of rainfall there across the Ozark Plateau. Enhanced risk includes Fort Smith and Jonesboro, basically, but some of the short-range model guidance are really showing a convective explosion across the southeastern corner of Oklahoma. Hugo, Antlers, Idabel, Heavener, south of Fort Smith, it's quite active. I've got the bird in the back, I got the drone ready to go. I think I'm going to start the process of hydration now. One bottle of water after the other, starting with some electrolytes. Really focus on intensive hydration today. Beautiful field of redbuds there just south of I-40. Closing in on Nashville right now. Boy, the pollen on the hood is pretty incredible. Major pollen accumulation on the hood, including the hail dents on it. Mondo accumulation of pollen. And you can see why. Major photosynthesis happening. Pollen is everywhere right now. What happened? Is there a zoom? What the hell? Gonna go dark screen again. Lost it. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We are back, we are back, we are back. Again, we're probably a good 7 hours away from convective initiation. Just gonna go live piecewise as I'm heading west and let you know if there are any updates. Seven hours out from my target. Or react. It may only convect in a couple little isolated bubbles where it does. A couple of renegade supercells, widely separated supercells I could see.
In 10 miles, take exit 213, be on the right onto I-40 West toward I-24 West.
Hoping to get some good content finally. Kind of been a slump the last couple of years. Still good science deployments, but just getting unlucky. I was 4 or 5 different times within range to intercept a tornado on April 5th and 6th, especially that area out near Petrie. And man, just got unlucky with the evolution of that Renegade on approach to sensor number 6. But still captured an incredible data set of the Renegade passage, the laminar pressure fall with the mesocyclone as it was passing over the sensor network. And then it got hit by the QLCS tornado about 20 minutes after that. Kind of the unique example of being able to show you how you can use the surface pressure field and definitely help paint a picture of what happened meteorologically, coupled with radar data, observational data as well with the drone showing the tornado moving over the sensor network. But definitely stay tuned, especially starting in about 7 hours. Sign up for the notifications here on Facebook. Thank you, Facebook subscribers. Thank you, new subscribers as well. I know I've been meaning to do those in-depth forecast model discussions, live Q&As. Man, I had to do my taxes the last 2 days. I was absolutely swamped trying to work on those, all of the deductions, the 1099s, and I'm not very good with paperwork, but got them done, got them submitted. And now I'm back on the road, heading westbound for full-blown storm chase mode. But a good chance that a couple of concerns are that we blow the windshield out today. Baseball, softball-sized hailstones blow the windows out today down in the Ozarks. And then we're unable to chase on Tuesday or have to rent a car and scramble, use a backup vehicle. That certainly could happen as well. I actually did a commercial for TurboTax like 10 years ago. Believe it or not. Look at those wave clouds. Classic stable layer up there. Statically stable layer, and you get a wave-like configuration. If you have a fast glass connection, you might need that. I probably already need to get our windshield appointments already set up ahead of time. Brian is already a permanent part of Team Dominator. He became a part of Team Dominator in 2011 with a super outbreak working on the Storm Chasers production crew. His vehicle was rolled by that drunk driver that struck the convoy. He's also the early executive producer on Storm Rising for National Geographic. And now he's trying to refine my workflow. We're trying to level up, recreate TVN. Trying to do that for years, but not as motivated as I need to be. Also for the science, we were launching rockets into tornadoes in 2019. The pandemic hit. We've had kind of a slump these last couple of years, but we plan to get back after it today. He is. Brian is awesome. Great attention to detail. Incredibly intelligent person. Great puzzle solving and analytical skills. Future is bright for Team Dominator. Captain Vanover's on his way out. Just got a text message from him on my burner phone. Can we go to Newman?
Use the right 3 lanes to take exit 213. Be on the right onto I-40 West toward I-24 West.
Is he on the chat? He might be. Say hi to Brian.
In 2.1 miles, keep left onto I-40 West toward Memphis.
I'm just using the machine learning. Hoping that the app will be able to, but yeah, there is an accident up here. You'd think that the machine learning on these apps would be able to let you know. I saw a bunch of floods coming down the edge of one of these cliffs on this north loop. I think on the left side over here, I was covering a flood for AccuWeather. Brian is in Austin right now, so he is manning the headquarters. He might even be on the stream here. .8 miles, and then I'm headed westbound on 40. Gizmo is doing really well. She does great at my mom's place. Great diet, really healthy at age 13. She's doing good. My plan is to, when I go back to Colorado, kind of after peak storm season here, it's just a hike with Gizmo every single day. We're going to take a different hike. Just going to try to soak up as much time with Gizmo as I can during the twilight of her life. Everybody says that about their location. Oh, the worst drivers are here. And I've driven all across the country for years, for most of my life, for a couple of decades. You know, and there's pretty bad drivers in every state, honestly, including kind of where you get the co-location of bad drivers with density, with high driver density. That's when you get the worst conditions.
Take exit 210A on the right onto I-40 West toward Memphis.
Yeah, I would say Atlanta is definitely my scariest city to drive through because of the bad drivers, the traffic jams, the accidents. I-85 is quite dangerous. It's blocking access to the right lane. Yeah, we were doing TVN, the live streaming platform, all the GPS positions of chasers that were projected on a map, covering our own hosting and everything too. And that ended up costing like $50,000 a month, and eventually that platform collapsed. And along with it, the editors and my co-workers and everything too went different directions, so we weren't able to do another season of Tornado Chasers. Ken did all the work himself too. He wasn't too thrilled about doing another season. Thank you, Courtney Davis. But we'd like to do another Tornado Chasers in the future. It's another one of the reasons I'm bringing Brian on board, is to bring in some more production quality.
In 2.3 miles, keep left onto I-40 west toward Memphis.
Yeah, we used to have everybody's GPS positions all organized back in the day. We'll get that back again. We were about 10 to 15 years ahead of the game back then, so at least my GPS position will be shown on here. I'm gonna have Mark design a GPS puck, GPS tracker as well. I mean, I've already got all these GPS trackers in here naturally with the science equipment. And we'll get the Dominator weather stations, built-in GPS, live streaming of meteorological data, research-grade meteorological data. Nothing's happening right now in Little Rock. Right now. It could happen later, though, toward evening. 7, 8, 9, 10 p.m. That time frame is when you got to watch out in Little Rock. Yeah, I just prefer storm chasing solo mostly. I can get really close to the tornadoes too, don't have to worry. But it also helps to have support out here in navigation. And when we're trying to accomplish a bigger mission like flying the racing drone into the tornado, that's when you got to put together a team of highly talented people like Captain Vanover out here. Bringing in Nurk, another drone racer, video editor, shooter, Brian O'Toole. Left side was flat. Thank you, D-Dubs. D-Dubs. It's not a Danny White neck, is it? Well, a lot of times La Nina, it's more of an indirect relationship with La Nina. You have La Nina, but more importantly, you have a negative PDO that propagates around the eastern periphery of the Pacific Ocean basin. You also have the warm NPO blob, or the North Pacific Oscillation, that is factored in. That displaces the ridge, semi-permanent ridge, or at least encourages as such, across the North Central Pacific. Northerly flow along the west coast of North America. Western U.S. trough ridge pattern, negative P&A. semi-permanent subtropical ridge off the southeastern U.S. helps to maintain the southerly flow, maintain that reservoir of dew points across the Gulf of Mexico, just like we talked about in my varsity tutors course recently here. Well, it's not as clear-cut as La Nina, good for here, bad for there, El Nino, good, bad. You know, I think it's a lot more complex than that, and it's more related to the extratropics, which are indirectly related to ENSO and the subsurface propagation of Kelvin waves. Via propagation of Kelvin waves. Yes. Those are elevated storms. It's too early right now, especially in the plains. Supercells will a lot of times follow the diurnal cycle a bit more. Usually late afternoon into evening is the most favorable time for convective initiation. May have to go all the way up to Iowa tomorrow. I know that the convective allowing models are supporting that. Hey Isaac, just saw your message. We'll probably end up seeing you in Iowa tomorrow. I wasn't there for the last event, so this one I'll have to show up for. The hardest part of storm chasing is showing up. Getting out of the door, showing up to the inflow. Kind of been, historically, that's always been the hardest part for me in storm chasing. Getting out the door. Once you're on the storm, everything's pretty easy. Probably about another 6 hours until storm chase mode. I think we've been going live now for like 4 hours since I left. Figure what the hell, might as well go live on the whole drive. I'm only about 2.5 hours from Memphis right now. There he is, Captain Vanover. Pollen very high here too. I mean, you can see it on the windshield. It's nasty. How's it going? See ya. Squeak, squeak. Goes to the Dominator 4. Squeak, 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 squeak. Dominator 4. Squeakity squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, 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 squeak. Goes a Dominator 4. 2.5 million miles. Yeah, I'm driving to Arkansas. Fort Smith is what I have typed in right now. Thank you, Jenny. Never stop chasing. Welcome. 2018 Subaru Forester. Hello, Kat. Aaron Pitts. We're headed westbound on I-40. Yeah, I am legitimately doing the Tennessee Shuffle, the Tennessee two-step today. St. Louis area on Wednesday, watch out. I can see there being tornadoes, definitely. Wednesday looks like a substantial outbreak, central and southern U.S., central, southern Mississippi River Valley. Thank you, Craig. Do work. So the system's going to eject, kind of a similar ejection with a little elbow shape at the trough that dives into the Mid-South. Real similar. 6.5 hours out from the target area. I'll give my mom a call here real quick. FaceTime. Probably out walking the kids right now. I'm worried about the dry line is going to be extremely isolated. You'll probably see like 2-3 supercells max from eastern Nebraska all the way down to Dallas, and it all depends kind of on where those isolated supercells travel. But yeah, it's going to be isolated supercells. Yeah, I'm going to be rock hounding after Craig. Good relaxing rock hound experience. Thank you, Courtney Davis. That weird convection down near Dallas. Definitely elevated convection, but you gotta look at the latest 12Z sounding out of Dallas. But there are some bubblers down there, but that's not the main event. But it's a sign that something's happening in the atmosphere. It looks like there's a gravity wave or something that's heading that direction. I'm west of Nashville, headed west. But yeah, it looks like there's a gravity wave or bore that's working its way through DFW right now. Oh yeah, I saw all the tree damage. Yeah, sometimes the rumble brings the blood flow back to the ass. Doesn't feel bad. Oh, that guy did too, see that? It is a little windy. There's some swirling winds here to the west side of the Cumberland Plateau. I like them. I like her. Rumble strips are there for a reason. You know, and I kind of like the feeling of vibration that it brings into my legs, restoring that blood flow a little bit. It's a bore, gravity wave bore. That's what those are developing on. Elevated convection over the DFW area. The untrained eye would see that and be like, oh, shoot. Oh, my God. Convective initiation is happening 6 hours early. But the meteorologist knows that the environment isn't quite supportive of surface-based convection down there, but you can also see on radar, you can see that bore dropping southeast. Thank you, Jackson. The weather app I use when I'm storm chasing is Radar Scope. A little bit easier to navigate using. When I'm at home, though, I use Radar Omega. For forecast models, I use pivotalweather.com. Also, weather.cod.edu has a great model interface, photograph plots. So those are the ones that I use mostly. I can even see convection down near San Antonio along that dry line. I'm not ruling out anything up and down the dry line from the Mexico border to Iowa. But you'll probably stay capped in San Antonio. I don't think there's going to be convective initiation down there. Large 10 hatch area from Oklahoma City all the way up to Des Moines. And the latest day 2 from this morning. See the hatch area goes all the way up to Des Moines. Could easily end up at Des Moines. Triple R model really convex the triple point tomorrow, so that's going to be the story. It's probably going to be tornadoes up and down the drive line. It's very possible that it could end up being the triple point. Punching right into Omaha. The storm's all the way down to Waco, too. I mean, it is nasty environment. Triple point is nasty looking at the short range models. But strong tornado potential all the way through central eastern Kansas, central and eastern Oklahoma, all the way down to Austin, including the Dallas area as well. It is hatched. Well, today should be hatched as well, probably. I agree. I think that if there's a tornado today, it's probably not likely it's going to be a weak one. It's probably more likely it's going to be causing damage. It's probably going to be near sunset, right as the low-level jet is increasing, extending through a couple hours after sunset. Omaha to Des Moines looking like the target right now, just in my very initial glance of the short range models. But I think that stripe of strong tornado potential goes up and down the dry line, all the way down to North Texas. Triple point action up near Omaha into Iowa. Probably pushing into Des Moines. Omaha to Des Moines looks like the target, doesn't it, tomorrow? So I'm thinking about working the Ozarks through this evening and then assessing the zero-Z models and possibly punching it off to the north. Or the Iowa storm chase. While keeping an eye on the dry line, the next best target probably would be eastern Kansas, a little bit closer to the surface low, but down the dry line a bit. You better be out well. Omaha Twister Chasers, the OG live streamers on the OG live streaming platform. I used to be a content aggregator myself back in the day. The key to content aggregation is to aggregate the content as at low a possible price and then distribute the aggregated content at the highest possible price. The basics of the content aggregator model. I'm just one person with a potato phone. Open the door chasing the sunset. You're right, Will. Always stuff the potato in the front pocket. almost 100% certain that it will. The moisture is going to arrive at the triple point up on the surface load. It'll wrap right back in tight to the surface load. Hey guys! Elon abandoned his plans to join Twitter board. Wow. Ago, Elon Musk decided not to join the board. I think the storms will initiate in Fort Smith, maybe just west of Fort Smith by about 4 to 5 p.m. 66 on the I-40. That was some damage from that load that we intercepted in the southwest of Memphis a ways. I believe it's actually a large 10% hatch. So we're looking at hail. I think we're going to need to work the triple point, the nose of the purple. See how it's poking right into southwest Iowa there? Even though the dry line looks down all the way down, eastern Kansas, all the way down to DF Dub. That's the way I'm leaning a bit. Looking at the 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. Look at how much higher it is up southwest Iowa into northeast Kansas, like Topeka, up to Nebraska City, up into southwestern Iowa. Zero to 1 kilometer shear. See that purple northeastern Kansas up into southwestern Iowa? That's extreme wind shear up there in that environment. Pretty favorable. Moisture quality too, getting advected tight all the way up to the surface low. See that as well. Kilometer NAM only advects eastern Nebraska up on the triple point, even through 0Z, but don't read too deeply into the convective allowing models with the dry lines. I have a feeling it's going to light up and down the dry line. Yeah, majority of the models are showing Iowa being the play. Basically, Omaha up to north central Iowa. What the short range models are showing. Majority of those models are definitely showing that triple point nosing in to western Iowa and eventually the north central portion of the state. HRR also convects the Dallas area 0Z. And at about 7, 8 p.m. that area really lights up as well. Yeah, the models are showing kind of a Mapleton track. It's not obviously not a vertically stacked low from the top down like it was on the Mapleton day, April 9, 2011. No turn? Wow. She did? That's cute. Yeah. Poor little Giz. Oh, I feel fine, a little tired, but yeah, I'm on schedule to arrive in the target area on time, so that's good. I get at Fort Smith at like 4:30. Yeah. So Gizmo didn't try to take you to the pond or anything? There she is. Yeah, she did not want to wake up this morning. She wanted to keep sleeping.
Yeah, she did not make any effort whatsoever, so we just came back and called it a wash.
Yeah. She's definitely going to go eventually. Yeah. Aww.
I just gave her sausage for breakfast, and then I just gave her a frying pan.
Yeah, that'll help push it through.
Yeah, so we'll go, later tonight. She did definitely tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe just get her on the shoot. I don't know she does.
Yeah. He's going to be meeting me in Fort Smith, so he just woke up in Dallas and he's headed northeast toward Fort Smith.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
He's going to have to arrange to pick anybody up.
Yeah. What's that?
Guess I just a girl last night. I asked her if she heard Daddy's voice.
Yeah, she probably did, didn't she?
You hear Daddy's voice? Wasn't it a huge relief to have those taxes done?
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, it's a big relief. Yeah. Yeah, glad that's over. Thanks for helping me. Yeah, you just gonna have to slog through the data. Yeah. Yeah, it looks pretty favorable today. Tornadoes, large hail, and then tomorrow I think the nose up into southwest and even north central Iowa looks to be the most favorable play. Right up at the triple point. I lost him. Be careful, sometimes other people will send these trolls into other chats just to cause problems and to redirect people over to other streams and stuff. Kind of a weird thing that the kids are doing these days on these live streams. But I mean, I'm fine with it, but just watch out for it. Block them if they start to do it too much and start to spam. But yeah, pretty much I don't really care. Either way, as long as it's an enjoyable experience, there's not too much spam in the chat. Content aggregators are getting involved. It's a wild west of severe weather. It's good to see more platforms for storm chasers, definitely. I always will support that, just because traditional media has really let down the storm chasing industry over the years. Yeah, they'll buy a video for $100 here and there, monetize the content. So I'm always for platforms that benefit the Storm Chaser, but they definitely need to benefit the Storm Chaser the most. Yeah, I know what's going on. Look, you can smell the moisture outside, mid-60s, rain coming down. Look at the red buds on either side. Skyward Training is a great place to learn the basics of storm structure, storm chasing, even forecasting. Get connected with the community. They mostly come at night, mostly. They mostly come at night, mostly. Yeah, you notice how with this consolidated polar front jet stream, the storm systems are coming at about a weekly periodicity or so. Every week you kind of get a very similar trough evolution. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Bada boom, bada bang, bada boom, bada bang. And I used to do that to my live streams all the time. People would come in and try to redirect the big audience elsewhere. Live storm chasers back in the day, LSM, all those guys when they were doing their live platforms. Doug Kiesling's in the lot. Try to drive as much traffic to your stream as you can, whether it be through spam or posts or good content. It's kind of the Wild West these days. But it's been happening for like 20, 25 years or so. Well, yes, they mostly come at night. Mostly. guarantee it's going to be crazy later. Look at the trees down, tornado damage on either side of the road. That's from December 10 and 11 events. Wow. That is true. Nothing good happens after 10. But that's when it seems like the only time I can intercept a tornado is at night. And I can't see the damn thing. Wow. Yeah, I definitely can't provide the scientific analysis, I think, but it's really easy just to look at maps of the bright colors and figure out where it's going to happen too. Sometimes I can overcomplicate the setups a little bit. As long as I'm chasing, I'm happy. Yeah, there might tornado underground in southern Illinois. Shame! Shame! If you're near Hot Springs, head up to Ron Coleman Mine and start digging for some corns. A lot of precipitation moving through northern Arkansas that could lay out a boundary. It's going to set up shop on the southern edge of the Ozarks. Thunderstorm warning in Australia, my buddy Daniel Shaw. just heading out there, and yeah, for some reason the filter on this botches up. I'm gonna keep it looking straight. But yeah, on December 10 and 11, as I was driving out, you can feel it, you can feel the heat, you can feel the moisture. Had the feeling of a big day. Spring and winter had that feeling to it. You could almost feel the cold air aloft. And as the towering cumulus were going up that day, little showers that were developing in northeastern Arkansas and southeastern Missouri, they're already going up spinning. They had structure on them. Each one of those towers looked like a little miniaturized supercell as it was going up. And that's an example of how the atmosphere kind of gives you clues as to what it's going to do during the rest of the event. You could tell that the wind shear was supportive of those supercell structures, even with little showers or towering cumulus that were going up. And then when I started seeing the robust deep convection down southwest of Little Rock just bubbling, one would go up and collapse, one would go up and collapse, one would go up and collapse like a fire hose, you knew eventually a mature supercell was going to come out of that fire hose and it was going to be long track. Looking downstream, you could see that the wind shear, the instability was all in place over a multiple state area downstream. So, and all the photographs looked like those long tracker tornadoes with relatively shallow critical angles, but a very strong low-level jet, big elongated photographs, but kind of that scary look to them where they almost go off the map on the northeastern part of the photograph curve. And chasing the storm, being in the path of it, you can even feel the energy, not dissimilar from that Crockett, Texas tornado, when you could actually hear the tornado, you could see, you could almost feel the tornado. You could hear it, you could see it, you knew it was there with your other senses at night, but you could just feel the power being in the inflow region or the path of a storm. You could almost feel the decoupled low-level jet, the 70, 80 knots just above the ground, while the surface winds are relatively calm. I think it's already showing signs in 2011, except it started earlier, during March. March of 2011 was not very active. April then was record-breakingly active with over 700 tornadoes reported during April. A late start though, really April 7th, 8, 9 was kind of the first storm system that ejected that brought the Mapleton tornado in 2011. And then it came with a very active rest of the central southern U.S. and the plains lit up into May as well. The EF5 on the Piedmont day, May 24, 2011. No, I'm going to keep going. Never mind. I'm a machine. Southwestern Kansas, Oklahoma Panhandle, western Oklahoma down into the Texas Panhandle behind the dry line. It's a hatch area. It's equivalent to a high risk. There you can see the hatch area in pink. excited for Captain Vanover to be meeting up in Fort Smith coming up at 4. Getting back after it. Woo! Hey! Flex tape is holding up incredibly well. Side mirror is holding on. Obviously the side door is completely waterproofed. Just dominating, that's about it. Just kind of casually, what does the new generation say, low-key dominating? I did hear Aaron J. Jeff's down here from Canada. I'll be storm chasing. Flex takes the glasses, dominating. closer to 5, 6 p.m. It does look like that cluster of supercells kind of settles down into southeast Oklahoma. Probably won't develop till about 4 or 5 p.m. It's a little bit different than the last setup when you had all these tornado warnings relatively early in the period, QLCS event. Dominator 4, F-O-R-E. Before it was Dominator 2. That was called the Dominator 4 because I worked at Channel 4 in Oklahoma City. And it was actually Dominator 2 though. That was Dominator 2 back in the day, and then it called Dominator 4 because I worked for Channel 4. This one I call the Dominator 4 F-O-R-E because it has a golf ball-like appearance on the outside due to all of the hail nets. They're all over this view. Hail nets all over it. windshield wiper. Actually have a cramp. The left ass shape is starting to cramp up. Need to hydrate. Very important to hydrate. Memory foam would help. So this phone, the contrast seems to be botched on the in-vehicle stream, so it makes the contrast just look insane. Beam me up, Scotty. Woo! Initiate at about 4:30 or 5 p.m. just to the west or the southwest of Fort Smith, Arkansas, maybe down into the southeastern portion of Oklahoma as well. Some of the short-range model guidance are definitely showing kind of a bit of an uptick in the evolution of supercells across southeastern Oklahoma. I'm going to stop and get gas here at this next gas station. Back on top of it here. Pine Bluff. He's at the 20, the 15, the 10, 5, goal line, touchdown, Red Kimmons. He's at the 30, the 25, the 20, the 15, the 10, 5, touchdown, Reed.
Onto US 412 West. Turn right onto Law Road.
Easy fix of the glasses. All right, guys, gassing up, dominating. Pretty much everything's a filter these days, even the ticker. Tickers, it's all
Proceed to
about
the
these
route.
filters. Tickers, disco parties, SpongeBob SquarePants. Isn't everybody all about SpongeBob SquarePants these days?
Turn left to merge onto I-40 West toward Memphis.
Thing off. It's just too much fun.
For 82 miles, continue straight.
Thanks. Storm Chaser, I send my content to a lot of different platforms, including my own. Multiple different content aggregators. No, that truck is fine there. Pretty sure that they were towing a big load and couldn't check the side mirror anyway, couldn't check their blind spots. That's pretty normal behavior. Gotta put a SpongeBob SquarePants filter on it, and everyone will watch. I prefer, the Facebook followers are the way to go. I think the YouTube ones, kind of a lot of them are trolls from other live streams too. But I love everybody. Everybody who wants to let it rip. YouTube's been around for a long time. It is kind of an older platform. I think everybody's on TikTok now. A lot of old people on YouTube. Tons of storm chasers. Definitely, we're all out here. Everybody's got a unique personality too. Yeah, Petrowski, he's my hero. Petrowski's definitely one of the originals of kind of the up-close storm chasing style. He's someone I've always looked up to as a storm chaser and a person. Yeah, I did. I popped into here and streamed at the last gas station, saying hello. Latest outlook by the Storm Prediction Center. See what the new update is. Still another 10 minutes. And the new models. I do wonder if that interesting mode down near the Texas Piney Woods in the Gulf of Mexico could act to kind of impede the low-level jet. just have to see. Yeah, it's mostly old people on YouTube. Facebook is kind of the younger audience. Concurrence. Wow. 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 Big enhanced risk on the day 3. That stretches from almost Chicago all the way down to Alexandria, Louisiana. Absolutely monster enhanced risk. It's likely going to be upgraded as we get closer. The enhanced risk is kind of the perfect outlook that can really bridge the gap between the slight and the moderate risks. They're all the same, the social media platforms. You notice how they all have the same tools. They all have the short videos, the TikTok style videos. They all have reels, they have lives, they have posting ability. It seems like they're all kind of converging into the same platform across the board. It's fun to kind of talk about, oh, this one's for this people, this one's not as good as these, this isn't as good as that, but really it's all the same damn thing. What the hell? Some bubblers up near Tulsa, just kind of the general uplift that is happening. Just was having a discussion with my good friend Robbie Frost, big up and coming meteorologist, talking about the jet structure. The right exit region coming over central southern Oklahoma to North Texas is probably the reason why that portion of the dry line doesn't convect on the convective allowing models. There's sinking motion in the right entrance region, and there's rising motion in the left exit, and there's rising motion in the right entrance region of the jet, and there's also sinking motion in the left exit. I started off uploading tornado footage in 2005 to YouTube, and back then it kind of favored kind of the shorter Yahoo style up-close video, minimal production value, and it would blow up. Storm chasers at the time were trying to keep their footage libraries exclusive, keep them a secret, and I unloaded my whole entire library on YouTube back in 2005 and 6, and it went to the moon for years. If a production company was going to YouTube and I typed in tornado, I'd have like the top 30 videos. And then in 2011 we were doing TVN and went with a third-party advertiser, and it's just been an uphill battle ever since, the last 10 years or so. But it is time to boost the production quality, so that's why we're bringing in Brian. We're going to ramp up the production quality. We're going to bring storm chasers to the internet, live stream, logos, thumbs, time to ramp everything up. Sometimes you just have to level up. I feel like I'm 70. But really, we're all on this planet such a short amount of time, you know, we're kind of all the same age anyway relative to the universe. Just kind of a blip. Yeah, YouTube's been around for a long time. That was getting crazy. Younger than Tom Brady. '05 was a big tornado season, big storm chasing, kind of a rebound year. And then 2006 was a really difficult storm chasing year, probably similar to 2012 back then and 2006. Go through 4 or 5 windshields a year. Go through a lot of windshields. You can definitely see the leaves on the trees just blossoming out here. kind of averse to it. I kind of gave up on YouTube for a while there for a few years. 2014, 15 time period, and then after my divorce, I started streaming to it again regularly. Bosch Icon wiper blades. How storm chasers clear the way. About 10 minutes ago. They did hatch it, so it's now a 10 hatch area for a strong tornado threat. Basically from Fort Smith to Little Rock. Hatch area for a strong tornado potential. There it is, everybody. Strong tornado threat that has been added to the new outlook stretches from Fort Smith through the Little Rock area. Yeah, Jackson, Tennessee had that tornado, big tornado in 2003, a very active year as well for tornadoes. Yeah, we got it. Now have a hatch area for strong tornado threat that has been added. Fort Smith to Little Rock and a little bit off to the north. Basically right in the middle of our target area that's just been added. You really got to hatch it. It's not like there's going to be an outbreak of low-end tornadoes or something across the risk area. If a tornado does materialize in that target, then it is likely going to be strong. I can't find my old TurboTax commercial. I got audited right after it aired, and I can't find it, even though I did end up passing the audit. But there is a TurboTax commercial where I'm throwing deductions out the window one after another, driving down the road in the Dominator. We also did a Bud Light commercial, did an Allstate commercial. The Bud Light one was fun, where we rescued a Bud Light truck that was about to get hit by a tornado. Also did this crazy shoot for MTV that never saw the light of day. Discovery Channel made sure it wouldn't air. But I'm not even going to tell you what it involved. Probably get my channel shut down. But that was crazy. Had explosions that faked like they blew up the Dominator, but then the real crazy part started after that. And then the brass at Discovery Channel came in and made sure that it never saw the light of day. I do with the old producers, my old executive producer there, Bill Howard. I don't have much of a relationship with anyone. I've kind of distanced myself from a lot of people too. I do have relationships with a couple with some key people out there, organizations. Generally, I blow up the bridge on my way out. Kiss butts, man. you get into the Delta along the Mississippi River and it looks like the Texas Panhandle there. Incredible place to chase. Corporate kiss butts, man. area that's been added to the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook that includes Fort Smith to Little Rock. The day before the day, probably before the day. And tomorrow looks like a pretty substantial tornado threat as well. But I think we're going to get tornadoes today. I think that cluster of supercells is going to migrate out of eastern Oklahoma. The little jet's going to intensify just prior to sunset. And I think that it looks to me a pretty favorable setup for tornadoes as well as guerrilla hail. catch area for strong tornado potential. I'm meeting up with Captain Vanover out in Fort Smith. Cloud streaks that are developing across northeastern Oklahoma. Kind of some elevated convection right now, but you can kind of see the general shape of those storms. Not bad, a little strung out, a little sheared, but not bad at all. Those are just kind of elevated little storms developing within an environment of increasing uplift. Got a message from Chris looking at a turkey neck down in the North Texas little towers down there. But it's elevated, not surface based right now. You can definitely see a cumulus field that's organizing into south of I-40 and southeastern Oklahoma also. That could be interesting. Please, off with the filter! Oh my God! target area. I'm going to be targeting Fort Smith to Little Rock, dominating right now. Almost to Arkansas, everybody. So all this rain extends back across northern Arkansas. It's going to leave behind an outflow boundary, and it should be the focus of increased wind shear. Yes, Fort Smith is the target area. Everybody, right now, going for Fort Smith. Big storms will initiate just to the west or to the southwest. The forts are going to move, likely lash onto the outflow boundary as they move off to the east. Yep. Breaking news is that we know the hatch area that has been added for strong tornado potential. Read this outlook. Isolated to scattered severe thunderstorms are expected later this afternoon into early tonight. greatest threat is expected to be over parts of far eastern Oklahoma and Arkansas. Very large hail, damaging winds. A strong tornado or two all appear possible. Arkansas to southeast Oklahoma, North Texas this afternoon into early tonight. Broadly cyclonic flow aloft will persist over the plains. Under there, 2 points in the mid-upper 60s. Continue to spread northward across Texas and Louisiana toward southeast Oklahoma and Arkansas. South of the front of the outflow boundary in Arkansas, breaks in the clouds. Temperatures are rising. Convective temperatures are at around 90 degrees, so that could be an issue, but I think once you get those strong, persistent mesocyclones, they're probably going to have the ability to dominate. I think I can start to see the breaks in the clouds on the horizon now. Forecast altitude 22Z. Wow, may not even have to go all the way. This latest HRR shows a monster supercell north of I-40. That's at 0Z, so that's at 7 p.m. and that thing is still cranking. It's going to be a strong tornado probably. That's produced latching up the outflow boundary. There it is. Yeah, this looks like a situation here. We're gonna put on the disco lights for this. We got ourselves a situation here. We got a hot air balloon. He's waving me on. I think he's gonna let me pass. Don't have to. It's gonna be some kind of hand signal. There we go. Might even issue a high risk. Watch out. There was on the back, yeah. Conor McElroy, the Irishman, issuing a Mick high risk. Conor McElroy. Conor McElroy, the Irishman. Only seen 3 tornadoes 3 days in a row. I think one other time. That was in 2014, June 16, 17, and 18. Yeah, big photogenic tornadoes. Strong tornadoes, violent. EF4s, multiple EF4s on the Pilger Day, June 16. Stinger. I like to drink these gels. These gels. Stingers. My Stinger. The concern, of course, is if you target like northeastern Kansas or even Iowa Triple Point, and then a tornado comes through more Oklahoma, like happened in 2003, May 8th. The triple point didn't look as favorable back then, and this is more of an open wave, more of a ski jump trough ejection as well. Conor McRory is the #1 ranked storm chaser in the world. Waves. See the high level gravity waves up there? In my mind, an enhanced, moderate, and high risk are kind of all the same thing. You know, threat of significant severe weather over the outlined area. I know that the high risk are only for those higher end impact events and everything, but in my mind, kind of need to factor in that the human emotion with coming up with outlooks. I think enhanced and greater has the potential for a high-end severe weather event. I try not to get too bogged down on human outlooks. Learn your own meteorology, but certainly heed severe weather watches and warnings. Marginal risk all the way up. Anytime there's a potential for a high impact event, it's important. Good. So good. Sunshine coming out. Well, one thing I've learned in my experience is that if you're close enough to any tornado, you can make it photogenic. Now, don't heed that as advice, ever, because it can be dangerous. But the way, the style that I storm chase, and I highly recommend against it, I usually try to get so close to the tornado that you know, you eliminate anything that's concealing it. There's usually kind of a sheath of sinking air that encapsulates the tornado vortex by the occlusion process. But yeah, I think they're going to be more photogenic, especially tomorrow and Wednesday. Pretty well ventilated supercells, I would say. Should be. But storm mode is a complicated thing. Sometimes when you anticipate LP supercells, you just get a bunch of HB supercells, high precip. Sometimes it involves cell mergers leading up, kind of increasing the overall mass that's contained within the storm. Sometimes storms that are located upstream will kind of seed the storm downstream. Oh no, I'm pro SBC. They are absolute experts. I'm just saying that when I'm looking at a risk, I wouldn't get so bogged down on, is it going to be moderate? Is it going to be high? What if it stays enhanced? Because significant severe weather, high-end severe weather, is still possible with all those outlooks when you're on the ground. And I wouldn't adjust too much with what you guys do on the ground in the path of these storms based on whether it's an enhanced, moderate, or high. But of course, realize that a high risk is reserved for those highest confidence, highest estimates. I know that SVC scientists are the best in the world. I'm friends with a few of them, many of them. Incredible scientists. Incredible experience, combination of experience, meteorological knowledge. They're the best in the business. I mean, everybody takes the SPC outlooks, and then there's hundreds of people doing weather briefings, slinging weather briefings, making Microsoft Paint outlooks, including myself, and we basically just regurgitate the same information. Sometimes I try to find little things that I can offer that's unique, maybe, compared to the other things. Maybe I can notice something small scale, or try to stick to those, or maybe I can find something different about a setup. Today, I think it's just forecast models are kind of highlighting that southeastern Oklahoma area, but really I think the outflow boundary here across northern Arkansas is going to be the play. It's going to be the mainstream target. Sensors are basically high-resolution meteorological sensors. So remember that one image that we have when we have all the sensors, ground-based tank probes that are lined up in a grid on the ground in front of the tornado to measure the surface pressure field, surface temperature, relative humidity. That's what the gravitrons are. Basically a network of ground-based stake probes that are capable of measuring very high-resolution surface pressure data. Thank you, Brian Rose. No problem. Yeah, but you have to realize the thermodynamics aren't ready yet necessarily for to guarantee a surface-based storm. Even though it does have a little hook-like shape on the reflectivity pattern, you know, if you're familiar with the thermodynamics of the environment, that there's low-level stable air there, and it's impossible to have a surface-based storm yet. Here in about 2 to 3 hours, a little bit south of that zone and south of the outflow boundary, you could get surface-based storms. That's why it's so important to have knowledge of the thermodynamics as well when you're interpreting radar. Interpreting radar is actually pretty easy, you know, especially dual pole data. I mean, you can train a robot to do it. I could train Gizmo. She could communicate properly, just identify debris signatures, identify tightening rotation, look for storm relative inflow preceding it, look for the shape of the storms, type forward flank gradients, forward flank gust front reflectivity gradients, proper orientation of that forward flank gust front reflectivity gradient, proper storm motion. I look for deviant storm motions in the radar, those storm motions that are moving a little bit further right than everything else, the unusual suspects. It kind of becomes instinct to look for those things once you've been doing it for your whole life. So you just got to keep looking at radar. You really don't need to know that much meteorology to be a great storm chaser either, that's for sure. It helps, you know, to understand why things are happening and not just look at things that are happening, but probably hurts you to storm chase a little bit by having meteorological knowledge as well. Wow. Definitely, look at the roll clouds. Look at these beautiful roll clouds, indicative of kind of an outflow boundary behind earlier precipitation. Let me put it on. Look at that. Look at those clouds. Wow! 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 Clouds. A lot of wind shear rolling these up. These are little horizontal vorticity curls. You know, the storm is moving parallel to these streaks. It can flip them into the vertical pretty effectively, but that's not really how it works. They kind of wrap in around the RFD bulge and then into the inflow area. Storm chasing visor on again. Helps me see the storms a little bit from long distance in these towers. The sun comes out, helps protect the eyes. The ventilation holes go on the top as well. Thank you, Oakley, for this awesome pair of shades. Sunny skies, gravity waves. Wow, look at that. See that gravity wave? Look at that beautiful wave. Oh, Steve-O's coming here. Good. Saw it on the sign. Yep, coming over. Gotta take 40 west. Thank you, sir. It's warming up fast, rocketing into the 70s. Woo! That storm is severe. It's south of the I-44 corridor. It's crossing into Missouri, but it's elevated. No tornado potential. They have a little bit of hail, maybe some gusty winds. But that's an elevated storm, pretty classic. New day 2 outlook tornado probabilities for you SPC folks. It has the 10% hatch area up in Iowa now, and then has gotten rid of the hatch area all the way down the dry line. 5% up and down the dry line. Definitely focused in on that less favorable jet structure further down the dry line, right exit region. A little bit of some subsidence that's possible with that. Might argue just popping north after intercepting the tornado today across northwest Arkansas, rocketing north up to central Iowa, then back down southeast for Wednesday's mode. What we're going to do is chase in Arkansas, and then a rocket north to the Omaha, Des Moines target, Iowa likely tomorrow, Triple Point, and then a rocket back southeast for Wednesday, probably 30 tornadoes deep. If you play your cards right, you get to see 30 or 40 tornadoes over the next 3 days. Only if you play your cards right. As storm chasers, we're pretty much always dealt 7 deuce in all aspects of life. But how you play those cards, you can determine. So that had you in the day 2, the newest day 2 outlook by the Storm Prediction Center. Interestingly, focused, and not surprisingly, but focused the strong tornado probability. Potential tornado watch to be issued. 55 speed limit, sneaky up here as we're crossing the Mississippi. Lenticulars over these little capped clouds there. Look at that. Shows that there's a lot of wind flow up there. Capped. Almost appears to be glaciating, but it's just more of a smooth cap cloud type feature, I think. discussion with my friends Adam Lucio and Brandon Sullivan talking about the convective allowing models and how they're dry like May 17th. But my other friend, sophomore meteorology student, Robbie Frost, is very wise. Looking at the upper level jet structure, staying in tune with the basics. Left exit, right entrance region of the jet can definitely help encourage the likelihood of dry line initiation. And that's probably why the models have a lack of initiation along the dry line south from Kansas and southward. And it's also why the Storm Prediction Center is focused with tornado probabilities off to the north. day the warm front was along the I-70 corridor. Not necessarily a fair comparison. today would be like, is that mid-level? To basically say, is that storm not surface-based? Kind of funny, be like, that's mid-level right there. That shite right there, it's mid-level. No, gas station stop missed. But just kind of trying to visualize what the tornado looks like that we're going to see. Kind of reminds me of that Mulberry setup in 2020. When I had my bird in the air and that rotating wall cloud near tornado cross right in front of me, just north of I-40. That thing did end up producing a tornado across north central Arkansas. The setup kind of reminds me of that, folks.
This is just basically the north side of the outflow boundary, but we're going to run into some more rainfall as it's reinforced.
be.
Proceed to the route. Proceed to the route. Outflow boundary. So come on down. storm chasers and meteorologists are really attacking each other on social media. Things have gotten crazy, man, across
a community. Everybody's losing it. I swear sometimes when the professionals say, I know this thing is hugely anticipated, I think it's actually more anticipated by them than the locals on the ground. We're all weather weenies. I think that they just concentrated the strong tornado probabilities up in Iowa near the surface low track, reduced the probabilities along the dry line, but still if a supercell develops down there, the ceiling is really high in terms of its impact. So, you know, it seems like a lot of the professional meteorologists are kind of ripping on the storm chasers techniques and vice versa, and really it all comes down to discussing the meaning of life. Not an answer. Yeah, and the right, you know, the exit region of the jet structure, that left exit region ejects up to Iowa. Those are the favorable jet dynamics up there. Some of the new model guidance really shows a high-end environment on Wednesday. Arkansas, Louisiana, East Texas, up to the southern tips of Illinois and Indiana. Big arc of instability up there. So I think Wednesday could probably be the biggest day out of all three. But remember, it only takes one storm. A couple of storms go up in Iowa and produce strong, violent tornadoes. And of course, then I think that the impacts are realized. Really, any surface-based storm that develops from that northeastern Kansas up to Iowa corridor probably has the best chance of producing destructive severe weather. Very windy out here. It definitely feels like a storm system is coming in. Up in southern Minnesota. That definitely is very possible. Melanie Metz is in the target area 34 minutes ago. She's in the severe thunderstorm warning, dropping south of the Oklahoma-Arkansas boundary. Good. The Gross and Chase team, formerly the Twister Sisters. Yeah, I'm a big fan of David. He's really good. I think I need to hire him to do my radar, Raytown radar. all one, you know, and share that common knowledge. Common passion for the atmosphere and storms, so generally we all get along when the passions align. Oh yeah, they're good as well. Texas Storm Chasers are slinging briefings. As a person from an account that I really respect, Severe Weather Soundings on Twitter, really knows his stuff. So there should be a deep chance of a significant tornado today if discrete storms develop sufficiently early. That does look quite favorable. Near just south of Fort Smith, that little triple point in southeast Oklahoma might do it. Guy Aaron Peters is his name. I agree with that. You can kind of see how that inflow expands the composite indices as well into that storm over southeast Oklahoma. Look at that. Big bright colors, almost a low-level jet in there. Storm chasers are out here based on pure passion. I promise we're not out here for the money. I mean, basically, lifelong of storm chasing is a really good way to have a relatively broke single life for the majority of your life. Because it's a lot of expenses, you definitely have to do it based purely on the passion. That outflow boundary, you can clearly see it in the indices. Sags a little bit further south in the latest model guidance, down to I-40 now. And that supports what I'm seeing here on the I-40 corridor with the cloud-covered rain still dominating. Some bubblers developing south of I-40, McAllister up to Florham. That might be kind of giving us an idea of where eventual convective initiation, development of discrete supercells could happen. stop. I can see a little love still sticking up above those trees. Yeah, today it's going to be slow until it's not. We'll be headed westbound, and then I'll get on a super cell probably about 4 o'clock. Likely just to the southwest of Fort Smith. And just watch it evolve. Allow it to evolve. Intercept it. tornado warning yet, but I do expect supercell initiation southwest of Fort Smith by about 4:35 o'clock. So they expect it to happen. miles out now from Little Rock, so coming in hot. Who is? That's hilarious. It's a D-bag. Raymer. He's a good guy. Everybody is. Sells on the internet. It was top of the camera. Yeah, I was thinking there's higher confidence in the triple point target. You got the left exit region of the jet lifting up there. You know, you got the more backed winds. You got the strongest here to 1 thunder shear. Back to allowing models that are supporting initiation up there. But I do understand that, you know, there are events in the past that looked good up north and they end up happening further south. Oklahoma always seems to happen when there's a dry line up there to the west of I-35. Usually, supercells will erupt on it, produce tornadoes, strengthening low-level jet. Just how it works. Interesting question posed by a storm chaser that I know. You know, what would happen if 4 of the times in the convective allowing models? Well, we would still look for little blitz and QPF and precipitation. Hint at potentially a storm that would develop. Is that the Ruck model? The Ruck's got a storm going up 40 miles down the dry line. Definitely believe that our thoughts on the active season have definitely come to fruition. Sound meteorological reasoning, I think, with it. Year 2 La Nina, warm MPO blob in the central Pacific. PDO, cold PDO horseshoe around the northeastern periphery of it all. Everybody. Start looking at the ramp analysis and start sifting through some of the parameters. storm along the outflow boundary near I-40, and then another one actually south of I-40 down near Hot Springs, probably forming on the western edge of Mount Ida over there. So we're probably going to be faced with a decision in Fort Smith. Do we hug on the outflow boundary? That's going to be near the I-40 corridor. We're probably going to need that outflow boundary to squeeze out the wind shear. Or do we drop south? I do think the storms are probably going to fire just on the Oklahoma side. Fort Smith, it looks like you're in the crosshairs of this event. I won't be able to rest for a couple of days. Came through here at some point. Not sure when, but I wonder if that was the QLCS event. I bet it was. Is that all the way? Yeah, it was all the way up near I-40, I believe. What up, cuz? Accident does appear to be cleared. Thank you for whoever saw that just ahead. You guys are machines. Smells good, like garlic. I'm kind of in a little bit of a low point right now during the middle of the drive. And just a couple hours prior to initiation. It's been a long drive. I meet up with Captain Vanover up here in Fort Smith, though. He's reinvigorated. Good energy. That guy has great energy. Just happy that Mark is back and he's launching again. Says 2.5 hours to Fort Smith target. Starting to get some breaks in the clouds even coming through right along this outflow boundary. Beautiful scenes of spring. Probably going to look like this. So I just talked to Alex, Captain Vanover, coming up from Dallas. He said the temperature is 90 degrees at his location right now as he's headed northeast, southwest of the outflow boundary. Temperatures are skyrocketing. Dew points plummet right here along the outflow boundary. North of it, temperatures are in the 60s, cloud cover, stable air north of the outflow boundary. Right along that outflow boundary is where you're going to get the instability coming in from the southwest, relatively weak, even an easterly surface wind, and that's going to be the ideal configuration for tornado potential later today. Based on my experience chasing these setups in general, watch today go big for tornadoes, and then the next 2 days not happen at all. It's just kind of one of the surprises, types of surprises Mother Nature likes to throw at us. More than likely, though, I could see today happening across northern Arkansas, tomorrow happening Triple Point, Iowa, and at sporadic locations along the dry line, and then Wednesday being a substantial event across the Mid-South, Central and Lower Mississippi River Valley. Supercell Chaser. Oh man, seeing those bubblers too. Stigler up to Atkins. Some of those bubblers starting to grow a little bit to the west of Fort Smith. See if there's any MDs. The enhanced did get pushed down south. It's basically straddling the I-40 corridor now. I do see an MD, but it's too far north, not for us. There's a mesoscale discussion. Watch unlikely for the outflow boundary right over Memphis, kind of the leading edge of the outflow boundary. Interesting. Yeah, we're watching the outflow boundary front intersection just to the west of Fort Smith, right where those bubblers are starting. The outflow boundary front intersection. But yeah, you can see that around Memphis, a little bit of a mesoscale discussion. Might be some up there as well. Yeah, probably will blow the windows out through this evening. Oh, there's no place like home for the holiday. That was a bad one off key. My voice is botched right now due to fatigue and slight dehydration, so it's not happening today. Not feeling it, sorry. Over on the boob tube, they were asking me to sing, but I'm too fatigued, extreme fatigue. I used to really be able to let her rip singing wise. It's kind of a party trick when I was in high school and college. Keggers and stuff, I'd go and start singing that opera. Everyone would enjoy that quite a bit with a little bit of having some adult beverages, but not recommended ever under the age of 21 or any time. Alcohol is a poison. Isn't that basically what a live stream is anyway? Just kind of watching somebody do something. I got an idea. Yeah, that's the line that may or may not have a severe thunderstorm warning that's issued for it. Or watch. The watch is unlikely according to the latest mesoscale discussion. Waiting for that new mesoscale discussion to be issued for the bubblers to the west of Fort Smith. It's probably giving us an idea of where those storms are going to form. Mark was just asking me what's the strongest one I've ever flown a drone. He was flying at 55 kilometers an hour with no problem. It's probably I've probably flown at 50 or 60 mile an hour winds and gusts. of hard knocks out here at Team Dominator. But yeah, this Sallisaw storm is looking interesting, isn't it? Other towers that are developing down near Spiro, southwest, just southwest of Fort Smith. I may end up setting shop in the Alma area eventually. Good north option there as well, but I could end up going way down south. But I think we just want to play the outflow boundary, cold front intersection, a pretty straightforward target. Beautiful clouds in the vicinity of this outflow boundary as temperatures are warming up also. This morning, 4:30. Finished my tax documents at like 1 or 2 in the morning. I don't think, it doesn't look like those storms are quite ready to root and take off yet, but they could be. Got a close eye on them. I think that's right along the front. Those towers just on the southwest side of Fort Smith, though, could also be interesting. Ba 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 baran. Ba 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 baran. Ba 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 baran. Carlisle now. Yeah, starting to. In and out, breaks in the clouds. Does look like there are some decent southeasterlies in the vicinity of the boundary. There's southerlies there, though, right where those towers are developing just southwest of Fort Smith. Looks to me like that triple point action. Outflow boundary. Cold front coming back up the corner of Oklahoma. You can't ignore those. Start to see the nose of the surface pressure falls into west central, northwestern Arkansas. Southeasterlies across western Arkansas, surface winds. Just to the west of Fort Smith. It's like a pretty interesting area, pretty interesting target area. Stationary front, winds on the north side of the front are shifting to a more easterly direction. Winds on the north side are starting to shift more northeasterly. There's the boundary, winds just south of it out of a new southerly direction. Holes within the convective inhibition. Probably not too long until we start to have full-blown chase mode here, everybody. Rat model firestorms by 22Z, and it lifts the outflow boundary to the north of I-40. North of I-40 across northwest Arkansas. I do have some friends that Chance is covering the Atoka target, southeast Oklahoma, just ahead of that boundary, trying to get into the better terrain out there, a little outside of the jungle. Terrain is going to be challenging today. Arkansas. Yeah, there's going to be big hail, I think, today. I wonder about the dry line circulation down at DFW, too, even though it's a skinny axis down there. Been a 0 to 1 kilometer shear dominating the state of Arkansas right now. Wow. Wow. The RAT model has numerous supercell storms in an environment at 2 to 300 0 to 1 kilometer shear SRH. Wow. Dangerous environment there, folks. Supercells, isolated supercells embedded within that environment across northwest Arkansas. I think today goes big. That's 300 0 to 1 kilometer shear all the way into eastern Oklahoma as well. It's a pretty favorable environment for storm chases. Oklahoma. Storm also some bubblers out across southeastern Oklahoma as well. Bubbler there just to the west of Fort Smith. Certainly has my eye already. I think today looks like a very substantial day. Multiple isolated supercell storms Moving into environment with about 2 to 300 0 to 1 kilometers shear and increasing low-level jet. An abundance of directional shear at the low levels as well.
strong tornado potential to develop across central and northern Arkansas. Outflow boundary is causing a backing of the surface winds. That'll be beneath the strengthening low-level jet this evening. Deep moisture as well. Isolated supercell storm mode. Convective allowing models coming into agreement on the evolution of those isolated supercells from west of Fort Smith, and then interacting with the outflow boundary seems favorably timed. I think today is going to be an impactful day for severe weather and tornadoes across central and northern Arkansas, including
Fort Smith to Little Rock. So Fort Smith to Little Rock, be ready. Stay tuned to your severe weather watches and warnings. Have your safety plan dialed in. Should already be rehearsed. I see it being a pretty dangerous night tonight. Continuing for 3 hours or so after sunset. So it's going to be a nighttime chase as well as a daytime chase. I think that these storms are going to develop during the daylight hours. There's no choice. They're not going to chase themselves. Someone's got to chase them. I do. I think we're going to see a tornado tonight. And I'm also, it's about time where I'm going to probably break through in a big way with an up-close video. Not that is relevant at all or even matters at all, but I just know I'm about due for it. Probably end up rolling a vehicle or something today. Never know. Hope not. But I do want to get a deployment as well. Looks like a dangerous environment that's going to be evolving across central and northern Arkansas. Close, it kind of throws the depth perception off a little bit. You're close to a tornado. It always looks like it's coming at you because the southerly winds on the one side of the tornado always looks like that debris on that side of the tornado is going to be coming toward you. And even to this day, I always have that optical illusion where I think the tornado is coming back at us, even if it's moving like due east at 50 miles an hour. Fast storm motion day. Definitely see the instability off to the left of the screen. See the orange look to the sky? That's the unstable air just off to the south. Echo tops are increasing on that storm in the northwest of Fort Smith. Might have our first storm of the day. Relatively isolated as well. Additional storms will probably develop on that area just south of Poteau. Southerly winds here, nice and backed. Surface-based SIN, convective inhibition, and that's forming right at the nose where you'd expect it. Look at that easterly wind barb. It's possible that storm could slide into the stable air and may not have time to mature. But boy, it looks like it is. The white area is minimal convective inhibition. You can see the little easterly barbs there too that are right along the immediate outflow boundary. No, sometimes clouds can do the opposite effect and they can actually enhance the low-level wind shear. They can have a decoupling effect at the boundary layer. The low-level jet can increase above it, backed winds at the low levels, or reduce to a weaker surface wind at the low levels. A lot of people will say, oh, the surface winds aren't strong enough to get a tornado, but you actually get greater wind shear when you have a calm surface wind in like a 50-knot low-level jet instead of a 30-knot surface wind in a 50-knot low-level jet. Massive enhanced risk from Chicago, Illinois to Alexandria, Louisiana on Wednesday. No mesoscale discussion yet. Let's think that those bubblers, the bubblers down west of Fort Smith, are just going to slide into the stable air. But boy, it's definitely giving you a sign of what the atmosphere is probably going to try to do later on here in the next hour or so. Big gas here. Prothrow. I think this is named after that famous football player, Prothrow. Not 100% sure though. Now he was in Henrietta. I think Aikman lives in Henrietta. I'm gonna get gas, so I don't have to worry about it.
Merge onto I-40 West.
Gonna change my clothes. Well, storm northwest of Fort Smith it does seem to be battling the convective inhibition a little bit, but it is trying to go up structurally and trying to kind of look like a little supercell there to the northwest of Fort Smith. A little appendage, but the fact that it's pretty strung out, gradients aren't too terribly tight. It does look like it's battling with the convective inhibition a little bit.
Proceed to the route. Proceed to the route.
Oh no. Okay.
In 3/4 of a mile, turn left onto Fairfax Drive. At the light, use the right lane to merge onto I-40 West toward Little Rock. In 2.6 miles, keep right onto I-40 West toward Fords End.
Whoa!
Miles, keep right onto I-40 West toward Fords End.
Semi trucks shipping cardboard at me. We're getting hit with a wet noodle. Need some more Stinger, Joe? Not yet. Soon. Not yet. Still pretty intense. Vision. Dominator on the side. Flex tape side mirror. Westbound on I-40. The Dominator 4.
Use the right turn lanes to keep right onto I-40 West toward Fords End.
Touchdown, Team Dominator. That's the 45, the 50, the 50, the 45, the 40, the 35, the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Team Dominator. people that have it a lot harder than that. I hop in my Forester and just cruise 12 hours talking to you guys. Life could be a lot more difficult. Beautiful spring colors out here. I do think I've got a bad contact lens in. I had to sleep with my contacts and had to wake up a little bit earlier, so. Contacts sticking to my eye. Already had that blind spot identified as clear. Thank you, John. Never stop chasing. Thank you. Never stop. Back down to Hot Springs and digging out some quartz points. I was mistaken, so a scepter is actually where it erodes away at the bottom. It has a little bit of an arm sticking up to the elongated crystal. In my mind, if the elongated crystal is still even attached, I would consider that a scepter that hasn't broken away or hasn't been eroded right around its base. The matrix eroded away into a little rod. But I'm relatively new to the rock hounding community. So I was more of a life sciences guy back in the day, and earth science too, and rocks, crystals, floods. The storm died into the north of Fort Smith, so it did move into the stable air. The system isn't quite ready yet. There is certainly a chance that the air to the north of the outflow boundary is just too stable. The modified air is a little bit too deep, but we'll see as we get closer to Fort Smith if we get any breaks in the clouds and whatnot. But I was about to restart this Facebook Live because we sent out a fresh set of notifications if that storm took off. But it didn't quite make it yet. That bubbler didn't make it. Keep in touch with the production crew from Storm Chasers. And some of the old characters from it as well. Brandon Ivy, of course. Need to do better at keeping in touch. But our camera guy, Chris Whiteneck, was our camera guy for our most recent Nat Geo show. Ran into Marcus, who was the medic on the TIP team. Keep in touch with him a lot. Not since we ran into each other after the Lockett tornado intercept last year. Brent was the camera guy on TIP for at least a couple seasons. He was our camera guy during the intercept of the Benjamin, Texas tornado. I still keep in touch. Brian O'Toole, of course. He's got Storm Chasers connection as the field producer of Storm Chasers during the super outbreak. Very sadly, a lot of people from Storm Chasers have passed away, though. So unfortunately, I can't keep in touch with those lost souls. Rest in peace. Dr. Werman is still active. He was in the news here recently for owing to government cash, I think. But it's good to see Karen Kosiba, who's out leading a project right now, Carol's project, scanning QLCS tornadoes with global radar. I know they got an incredible data set here recently in the Deep South, Southern Alabama. Supercell Chaser, you're very sharp contributor to this chat. Nice work. Let's have a mesoscale discussion. That bubbler down to the south out near Heavener, south of Fort Smith, has a chance as well. Be quite interesting. Yes, rest in peace, Twistex. discussion, large mesoscale discussion. Severe potential is increasing, and that includes southeastern Oklahoma, large swaths of central and southwestern Arkansas. A strong tornado or two is possible. Talking to Captain Vanover, we're planning on meeting in Fort Smith coming up here pretty soon. We're just having a little discussion as to whether we think that is Fort Smith a little bit too north because of the large mesoscale discussion, but I think we agree that the outflow boundary where that storm anchors is the most likely storm to produce a strong tornado where you get a little bit of the easterly winds at the low levels. Yeah, I wouldn't rule out it kind of collapsing down into southeastern Oklahoma either. Tornado watch goes up, looks good. I can go all the way back into northeastern Texas as well. So, probably though, I think it's going to initiate somewhere just to the southwest of Fort Smith. bubblers are probably going to be the ones that are going to go. They're going to move in the direction of Fort Smith, I think. This is my target for initiation. I think this ceiling is quite high. The ceiling, big problems on this setup. The worst case scenario, if a tornado does come through, it's probably going to cause damage and cause big problems. HRRR shows those supercells evolving near the Fort Smith area. Everybody, a tornado watch is coming soon. Moves Fort Smith down into northeastern Texas, western Arkansas, southeastern Oklahoma. Coming soon. Becoming increasingly concerned, especially around the I-40 corridor as well. That includes Fort Smith. Increasingly concerned for a potentially high impact severe weather event. Isolated supercells moving into an environment of very strong wind shear, increasing low-level chat as we go toward evening. Tornado watch is coming soon from the Storm Prediction Center. We already have the mesoscale discussion out. I do think that storm is going to develop just to the southwest of Fort Smith, out near the Sickler area in Oklahoma. This is the area where I do believe storms are going to initiate. They have already been trying, some bubblers have been trying here recently. Including that one even to the south of Fort Smith. We got to keep an eye on just to the west of Waldron. Could be the two supercells that are already starting. We're already going up supercellular. I bet it's that one out near Stigler that ends up going. along the outflow boundary is a little bit socked in with clouds. But just to the south of it, especially out near Fort Smith, the clouds really start to clear up. Bubblers are trying their one south of Mansfield. Area south of Stigler is just continuing to bubble. That's probably going to be where it happens. Coming in right on schedule. Maybe a little bit behind schedule, if anything. Tornado watch coming soon. It includes Fort Smith, southeast Oklahoma, back into northeastern Texas. I think it's going to be a pretty high-end threat. Definitely the threat of a strong tornado or two. Any storm that's moving into an environment with increasing wind shear, 200 to 300, 0 to 1 kilometer SRH, looks like a very favorable environment for tornadoes. Moving along the I-40 corridor, Fort Smith and areas off to the east, southeastern Oklahoma, probably Stigler area off to the east as well. Most of the highest echo tops are on that tower just to the south of Fort Smith. It's clearly where the highest echo tops are located. That's the healthiest tower. Not sure if it's going to fluff out or not, but definitely starting to see the bright skies off to the southwest. There's that tower south of Fort Smith. I wouldn't be surprised if it's those bubblers out near Stigler. Maybe the one west of Waldron. They're getting started. Storm. It sounds like that storm is on the front. The temperature just dropped. focus on what's right in front of you. Man, I did it again. Is that fixed? Fixed? You good now? Man. That fixed? Oh, is that what it is? It's pretty cool how we know we can zoom while doing it live. boundary, I believe, just to myself. It's 69 degrees here at I-40. I believe the outflow boundary is just, maybe just south. Chance says 83 in full sun in Atoka. Aaron says, nice weather, makes me want to play golf. Take a look at some satellite. Us all along that boundary. Then we end up heading down toward Clayton. Get there in time. End up heading south-southwest out of Clayton, toward Clayton, hopefully due south out of Fort Smith as well, depending. That state police officer was doing underneath. Probably radioing up, if I could guess. A couple attempts at initiation again. The one down near Clayton and also the one south of Stigler. 83 degrees down in Clayton, Oklahoma right now though. Probably going to have two different storms. One that's going to develop south of Stigler, southeast of Stigler, and then another one that's going to develop down near Clayton. Basically these two. Yeah, so you can see them on Echo Tops in green. The area west of Clayton, also the area just south of Stigler. Kind of an isolated bubble down there, southeast Oklahoma, west of Clayton. Definitely watching that storm now to the southeast of Stigler that's starting to go up. It's definitely beginning to develop. Targeting that storm as developing to the southwest of Fort Smith. There's a couple of areas that I'm watching. One is just to the west of Clayton, and the other one just to the west of Fort Smith. Tornado watch. Also, that storm to the north of Fort Smith is igniting. Has visual on the Stigler updraft right now, and he can actually see the cumulonimbus towers. They look pretty rock hard. He just sent me a figure. I think it's going to be a big day. Temperatures up into the mid-70s now. I'm a little ways to the east of Fort Smith. Tornado watch has been issued. Supercells even went up into northwest Arkansas. To initiate Fayetteville and areas to the southwest, back towards Stillwell, but they should be more on the stable side, or right along the front, surging off to the southeast. Those are probably just 3 elevated supercells that are lined up. See the unstable air off to my left. initiated near McCurtain, Oklahoma right now. Another storm is initiating just east of Stillwell that looks supercellular. Another bubbler down just southwest of Clayton, Oklahoma is starting to mature as well. Alex just sent me another picture. Definitely looks like that tower is blowing up. One of my last really crazy intercepts was September 2009 there in southeastern Wyoming. Absolutely insane storm chase out there. Just thinking about that day a little bit. To the outflow boundary or drop down a little bit into the cleaner air. Kind of the options right now. We're racing to pick up the Captain Vanover right now. On the other side of Fort Smith heading east. He's got a good visual of the Stigler and the McCurtain area tower. Says the top is absolutely blossoming on it. We'll probably end up meeting right on a storm, honestly. I definitely see that happening. Niner. Ooh, I can see the towers almost. Testing. 1, 2, Niner. All right, I'm approaching Fort Smith from the east. I got my eye on that McCurtain Tower, of course. I think that's probably going to mature into a storm. Also, though, watching that bubbler down near Clayton, Oklahoma, in the southeastern part of the state, down to McLean Air, I think it just comes down to whether we want to work the outflow boundary or work the clean environment well south of the outflow boundary. The Stigler storm is exploding just to the southwest of Fort Smith, so that storm is definitely blowing up. I'm about 40 miles east of Fort Smith, and I can see the good air. Definitely see the good air. About to see towers too. Almost see them now. Once we punch through these low clouds, punch through that outflow boundary, then you're going to see immense surface-based instability starting to build in. Warm air is going to be filling the Dominator 4. It does appear this storm southwest of Fort Smith is erupting. Just about to gain visual of the towers here once I punch through some of this low cloudiness. being plugged into the radio system makes it tough to hear. Okay, I got you. Just passing a couple little bubblers, little showers here. Now we're breaking out into wide instability. Broke out into the instability! Woo! We are in the unstable air, everybody. Sun is shining. Finally need the sunglasses. My eyes are uber sensitive to the light though already. That's why I have this massive visor on, but a tornado watch is in effect. The storm is exploding just to the southwest of Fort Smith. Probably going to go severe soon. It's like a couple different updrafts, close, relatively close together. That Clayton one is still trying to bubble too. Should be on the storm shortly. Be able to gain visual of that storm just off to the southwest, heading toward Fort Smith. includes Fort Smith, first severe thunderstorm warning. It's got a couple of different updrafts right now, so I don't expect it to ramp up immediately, but it could. It could. Still got 2 updrafts. The mesocyclone will probably gradually mature. I believe that the outflow boundary is just north of Fort Smith, I think. Some indications are that there could be one just south too. Still needs to root. The fact that it's moving so fast right now tells me that the thing still needs to root. There is a 50 knot jet streak in there too. Someone's lighting up those rumbles up there. Yeah, it's going to take a little while for this thing to mature, but we have had convective initiation already. It's a monster severe storm already. Probably wait for it in all but you can see the nature of these clouds right now, just to the east of that storm. See the nature of these clouds, kind of their smooth, almost laminar appearance. They definitely have the look. You can also see towers off to the right. Classic appearance of clouds nearer to the north of the outflow boundary. I see you. On storms that fire just to the southwest of Fort Smith like this. It's a rennet shaped like the photograph. Imagine once that storm hits the easterlies, it's going to be game on. couple are southwest ways. What's down here? Clayton again? Hefner? Looks like this is starting to turn into a more well-organized supercell as the reflectivity structure is getting a lot more laminar with it. Elevated base is slightly out to the north of I-40. Base now. That's gonna be it, yeah. It is moving quite fast, but I think it's about to root on that backside now. Whoa! Starting to get a hook-like appendage on the back side of it now. Rear rotation is kind of lifting off to the north a bit. Denver Cellular. That's the storm right there. My location, headed westbound, about to drop into Fort Smith. HRR right on schedule. Definitely the supercell, definitely the target storm. It's all easy now. Fort Smith, you're included in a severe thunderstorm warning. The storm is gradually increasing rotation. If it did produce a tornado, it would probably head toward the Fort Coffee area and turn a little bit right. But it looks like the hook is wrapped back in, has retracted a little bit. That hook-like appendage has pulled back in, which is a good sign, at least for the near-term tornado potential. But right now I'm headed off to the west and then eventually curving toward Fort Smith. And I'm probably going to wait just on the east side of Fort Smith. Captain Vanover's going to hop in. I can already see the base, actually, of the storm now. Looks like it already has a wall cloud. Storm chaser hauling ass. Face him. Ooh, look at that base of the elevated one off to the right. It's a little elevated updraft. Scut fingers hanging down. Tighten up near the Covington area west of Fort Coffee, so I believe that RFD is starting to organize. Probably drop toward Van Buren and then figure out my approach angle. Supercell is turning to the right. I do believe it's probably going to pass right over the south side of Fort Smith. Continues to turn right. I think that the outflow boundary as well appears to be just off to my left. Starting to get some anvil shadow up here too. down near Barling.
In 10 miles, take exit 7 on the right onto I-540 south toward Fort Smith. Gas up here real quick at Alma. Pick up Vanover.
said he was 2 minutes out, so gonna leave the car here at the Shell. Then we're dropping south. Get on it. He's here.
Turn left onto US 71. Then turn right to merge onto US 71 South.
Fucking summer.
Yes.
Fucking hell.
All right. Good to see ya.
Good to see you too. Okay, crossfire. I think my car's good here.
Yep, that's not bad. The interior light's on, but it's off now. All right, let's do this. We definitely got to go south.
Yeah, I agree. We
Gotta
gotta
be live on these.
Oh,
I got a full tank at least now.
there you go. Perfect. It's happening.
Yeah, it is.
I've been tracking this storm for an
I
hour and a
know.
half. Literally been on it, and that's why I told you, I'm like, you're right, we gotta move because it's a fast moving storm.
Yeah.
I just got ahead of it recently.
Yeah, it is going to turn right, so that river could cause a problem for us. You see, it's going to go right along the river.
Yeah, I think so. There's really no roads there. I would already looking.
There's not even a crossing.
No. That's
Yeah.
why I'm concerned about going south of the river now in case it stays north.
Yeah, but you know, if it takes this path, then we're done.
I know.
Lucy.
At least we have a chance.
In 2 miles, take exit
This storm blew up.
Yeah. All right, made it. Woo! Made
Right.
it.
How long have you been driving for?
It's about 12 hours.
Jeez. I thought that 5 hours was bad.
Yeah, that's not bad. We're good now. Reset. Look at this storm even trying to go right
Yeah, the
through
weather.
it. Kind of has that long hook, doesn't it?
Yeah,
The flank,
big.
it's kind of pointing right at the river. Oh, look at the hook coming around.
Yep.
Give me
What's
barley.
happening? Are you gonna try and get to Van Buren or whatever and drop south?
Yeah, I got barling typed in out here right now, so
Yeah.
we can just come down right down the loop if we wanted to.
Sure.
Yeah, it looks coming around, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Does it have a tornado already?
No, I don't think so. It looks pretty high based when I was there like 5 minutes ago. I was good. Oh yeah, no. I've been using a Tulsa radar. It looks a lot better on Tulsa radar.
Yeah. Yeah, even this little lead storm is trying to come super south. Must mean that that boundary is just right here. It's just going to track right
It's
along
very
it.
close. I mean, I drove through it twice.
Yeah.
I drove because I had to go north and then back east, so I drove into it and then back out of it.
Wow.
So I can see the temperature change by like 20 degrees.
It's even dropping a wall cloud there on the wall.
Right here, yeah.
All right, 2.8 miles and we drop south.
Yep.
Rush hour traffic's a little bit of an issue, but so you can actually see the base and everything.
Yeah, I could see it like 20 minutes ago. It looked pretty high, but you could I sent you a photo. You could definitely see the base.
They have a wall cloud.
Yeah, it was a walk cloud. It was just high.
2 miles and we get out by 7.
Dang, look at this storm roll up. It's so crazy.
Take exit 7.
Yeah, you're right. I'm right over Fort Coffee right now.
Yeah. Oh, fire. It's like a lightning strike down here.
Yeah.
Unless that's a land spout.
Could be. Dang, this is going up.
What is that right down there? Is that a land spout? You see that dirt?
I did see it, yeah.
Still there.
Oh yeah, you can just
make it out at your 11 o'clock there. Is that a light spell?
I think it is.
Oh my gosh.
Actually, it might be a light spell.
Oh, look at the wall cloud down there.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh yeah, Reese.
What's happening? Just in case this thing is, I think it's probably a fire, but
No, I agree, but look at the wall cloud way down there.
is it on the ground?
It looks close. It could be on the ground right now.
Here we go, loop 7. Exit 7.
Yeah, Marling's perfect probably.
It seems to be rooting and slowing down a lot.
Yeah, it slowed down to 40 from 65. What's that?
Yeah, there's a
saw it.
wall cloud. It's just behind that hill.
Yep.
Still wonder what the hell that little tube was. I think we already got our first tornado of the day.
It was like right here. Can't see it now.
It's a warning statement, so it's radar indicator.
Nope. Probably. Let me see.
3 miles. Take exit 5 onto Kenyon Highway.
Tennis ball-size hail. Radar indicated rotation. Oh, no, it's gonna be some big hail in this.
If you lined it
Look
up,
at that core.
can you tell if we're going to be okay south of the river?
I think that's my concern. Is it still looks like it's gonna move north of the river. Marling's a little too
What if
far
you
south.
loop it?
Maybe.
If you loop it, it looks like it might be rooting and turning to
Let's
the
see.
east.
If it turns, no, it's because it does look like it's trying to turn right. In which case, Marling would be perfect. But
At the very least, it's slowing down.
here we go. Oh yeah, look at that turn. Ready and cat.
Bam, yeah.
Yep, that's
That's
it.
it.
Look at that cat. Wait
Yeah,
and
that was it.
cat. Yeah, we need to get
Good to see ya.
Good to see you too.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so excited. Like, I'm driving here, and it's not just like overcast cloud crap. It's like
Yeah.
sunny. You can see the storm, and I'm like, this is what I've been missing. None of this like overcast, cloudy, squall line crap. Just some like a genuinely good supercell. There's nothing else around. This is gonna put down a tornado if it's not already on the ground already.
It wants us to take this exit already on the other side of the river, but we can drop toward the airport. Get on it a little sooner, even.
I wonder what the echo tops look like right now.
Yeah.
Even I can see the color difference there. This is the storm. This is it.
We can drop due south here and go to Marling, or take this loop around and maybe just get on that road.
Yeah, man. Where were you talking about going? Staying here?
Yeah, it would be too far ahead of it at that point, so I figure we could go around the loop, and there's plenty of east
Let's
options.
do the. That way, if it does drop, we're there.
I mean, it's heading into downtown Fort Smith.
It's gonna hook around. It's gonna be a beautiful storm. There's the wall cloud now. Wow, it's lower than it was earlier. That's for sure. Nothing on the ground. It looks like it.
Might be the left split base.
Oh yeah, look at the rotation starting to wipe.
That's the left split we're looking at there. The other side of it is the other side of the core where the tornado is. So this base, that's the left split. It could very easily be on the ground right now. Fort Coffee, south side of Fort Smith, Marling, get in your safe place. Tornado is touching down right now. Well, it's touching down. Look.
Yep, there it is.
It's right up tight to the radar. Probably already on the.
We might have a good view here, right? We're on top of the river,
That's the left split base. That's not the base.
so it's straight.
It's on the other side of the rain. Yeah. Let's see. There's probably a tornado already on the other side of the whole thing, I think. Yeah. Yeah, on the other side of that rain core, I believe.
Happy to see it's only 4:30. We're actually getting a storm.
Yeah, it might be on the ground already.
Yeah. I think so. Northwest of Pocola,
Yeah, very
east
close.
of Fort Coffee.
Yeah.
It's definitely turned right hard.
Look at that forward flank, pure streamlined vorticity intake. See, we gotta get all the way around the,
What a hard turn. Wow.
we gotta get all the way around this core to get visual of that.
Yep. I'm gonna.
That's the left split.
Yeah, I've been
Oh yeah, let's get ready. Get blue time, yeah. We're good. miss it.
You're not gonna miss it.
I think it's touching down right now.
Not gonna miss
Take
it.
the exit, then turn right onto Level
Sorry guys, I gotta stay on here. Gotta turn this off real quick.
You got your gravitron sensors ready?
It's on the ground, I believe. They're not ready right now. I had to drive the whole way. We can turn them on though. I mean, they're ready to go.
Once
Gotta turn them on.
I got a drone prep, I'll be ready.
Yeah.
I got like 5 minutes of prep. I shouldn't get out of the house today.
Should have visual any second.
You do your job, I'm doing mine.
Almost see around it. 1.6 miles.
Good job getting here.
Sirens are sounding. Here's underscore capable of producing as of 3 minutes ago. Could be happen at any time. Located 4 miles northeast of Spiro. Moving east of 35. Perfect for tail. Right? Just keep going around this whole loop until we get to a tornado even.
And you should see it really soon. Sirens are going.
I'm excited for coffee.
Okay, updating.
Ryan, you up on the side?
Oh, can we see anything yet?
Well, taking us straight to the tornado. We'll be able to see it any second. I can almost see the wall cloud now. Take out the wall cloud. About 8 miles east of it now. Remember this road because we don't want to get too far behind it.
No, I agree.
But I mean, I think it's pretty much imminent now, so we can get aggressive with it, don't you think? Even though it is rush
I
hour.
think so. You just be careful though.
Yeah.
You know it's
Want to see the big hail, everybody, and we can get just in front of the core and save the windshield. Of course, that's ideal. Coming around southeast side of Fort Smith. These new tires do hydroplane a little bit.
new tires.
Yeah. Bigger hail
There's
coming.
hail.
Careful. Like that.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, we gotta be careful not to get behind this.
Yeah.
We're still.
Yeah, it's not moving too fast, so
Ah, here comes the hail.
I figure we'll get in front of the hail core, get a bit type in Barling, and then just cruise east.
Oh, that's the hail.
Detail. Yeah, Fort Smith radar, you can get the features and detail. That's the tornado.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. driving into a tornado.
Traffic set to stop. So.
I think it's on the ground. It's gotta be on the ground right now. South of us. Hey! Oh yeah, it's a big hail.
Doesn't look like it's on the ground based on velocity right now, so.
That's good for us. I like it on mine, but I'm also playing one of the
That's brilliant. Yeah, what a heart right there.
Alright, the drone's ready. Go back to focusing now.
Well, Hook is less organized, so.
Could be cycling.
Yeah.
Dang, it's a big hail.
Yeah, it's getting bigger.
This is big hail. Big time hail.
To get visual, the wall out here, see?
Woohoo! It's a big hail.
There it is, everybody. Oh, we got a traffic jam here. Not good.
Not good. But we're almost clear of it. Everyone's pulling over because there's a tornado coming right at us.
Yeah, not good. Get out of here, guys. Don't want to be out here. Oh, they're blocking the overpass.
Oh no. Oh no, not good. Dang, some big
Hey
hail.
guys, not good. We got to turn around. Don't want to be underneath this. Just taking the exit. Got to take the exit.
Oh jeez, what in the world? He just went off the road.
Tornado possibly up there. Look at that, surging.
Yeah,
Hook
yeah,
is
it could be
surging.
crossing the highway here soon. Shoot, is there any way we can get this? Dang it.
Get out of the road, guys. Get out of the road. You're not allowed to be blocking these overpasses like this. It's dangerous. He's even the sheriff, the police officer is doing it.
Hounded. It's right here. Oh my gosh, this is crazy.
35 if there's a tornado headed for our location here. There's a tornado potentially headed for our location. It may not be safe here.
Is it coming this way?
It is, yeah.
It is, it is.
When did it hit?
It's coming in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
No, this is a really bad situation. Look at the base, look at the base. That's the wall cloud.
Yeah.
That's the wall cloud.
I got a deep fog.
Okay, do it. You need to roll the windows down?
No. You're gonna get off here.
It's going straight for Barling right now.
Yeah, grab it. Tornado touching down on that side.
Yep, I see it.
Nipple.
Okay, yeah, we gotta go now. I got this part. I promise. My service is bad. I can't punch in Barling.
I got it. We're gonna go a little south. No, it's touching down, yes.
Dang it.
Too much traffic right now. You want me to keep going on the other road? Get south?
I don't know. That may be too far south. I can't pull up navigation right now. I'm in the dark. Oh, that's rotating, Reed.
All right, we'll take Brook Hill Road.
You gonna go straight?
Yeah, gotta take Brook Hill Road. It's probably already gonna pass us. Touch it down, right there.
This part. I'm filming on my phone as well. Okay. I got you.
Touching down. Gotta take the next exit. Taking this exit. This we can intercept on.
Yep. It's there to the left. It wouldn't be to our right, correct?
It's right down here.
Yep, just making sure.
Yeah.
Making sure.
See the edge of the wall cloud?
Yeah, I
Look
do,
at that
I do.
thing
It's
curl.
right here.
Look at that thing. Look at the hook. Oh, you got to be kidding me. It's trying to touch down right there.
Go. Inflow. What's this on the right? That's not anything, is it? Just making sure?
No,
Just making sure. Okay, go.
just south of us.
Okay. Touch it.
It's in the process of touching down. Is there a back road we could take?
I have no navigation.
Got one right here.
You got it. Damn it. Is this your back road right here?
Stretching right in front of us, I believe. See it?
Yeah, I see it. Probably just past the trees, honestly.
It says cut this path.
The blue one? Or that one? That's a good idea.
Watch for a tornado right around the bend.
I'm watching.
Watch east now. That's east. There's the circulation right there. There's the tornado. See it? See the circulation? There's the funnel. You can see the funnel.
I see it. I got it.
1.7 miles.
I'm getting it.
1.6. Gotta cut it east.
We're gonna get a great view. We're right under the wall cloud right now.
You should see it on the ground, baby.
Here we go.
Look east.
I'm looking.
Right there.
Yep.
Right there.
I'm looking. It's not on the ground yet, but it's close.
1.1, I can go east.
I got this.
0.9. Big wind, we're getting some gusts. It is moving a little faster than I thought. 0.7, we'll be able to get right on its ass. I had a little that wispy funnel. Did you see that?
I saw it. It's just getting itself together. It's
Yeah, it
still
is.
getting itself together. Man, it was low. It was really low.
Could you easily have a ground
man, is it-
circulation? Wispy funnel on the backside.
I'm
maybe.
watching it right here.
Might be further up left.
Gotta get forward.
I know.
It may have been on the ground back before we saw it.
Yeah, I think it was. Right here.
Let's get him straight out. Ooh, could be right up here.
Yeah, see the nipple?
Yeah. I do. License.
Yeah.
Just laying around.
Man, that thing almost put down a tornado approaching that blocked.
That would have been
Yeah.
terrible with all those people just parked there.
Yeah. He's pulling into his house here.
I'm not gonna be able to reach the camera in front of you very well. So
Okay.
you're gonna have to kind of do that one. I got your stream here. We're just keeping up with it.
Rear inflow jet here. See that cigarette cloud? Cigarette cloud coming into it. Probably coming into the developing stronger tornado now.
That area time.
Oh yeah, it's spinning. Look at the
Is it right
rotation.
here?
Yeah, that's it. Rapid rotation. Sally's trying a little bit to the left of that. Oh yeah, up,
Oh, yeah, there
further
it is,
left,
there it
further
is,
left,
there it
further left. Get it.
I see it. I got.
Get on your lane. almost hit me.
Oh, it's radio behind us.
It's on the ground?
Let's get a touchdown.
All right, I got 71 south and 1.1 tank to get on it. Yeah, it's gonna be a big one.
Got another nipple.
Yep.
Let's get a little more organized.
Man, it was close to touching.
It was right off our right window, just
I
then.
think it's got to be real close still.
It is. It's very close. We're ahead of it now.
See on this side, the low clouds that are moving left to right on this
Yep.
side of the wall cloud, it is really ripping right now. All right, here's our south option. We can potentially take this for a little ways to the next exit.
Oh, look at the rotation right here. Right here on the right.
Yeah.
Rising.
That's a major wall cloud back there. It's definitely all feeding into that zone.
We're in a great spot.
Yeah, I got back in front of it.
By the way, I don't know what
Okay,
I
here we
said,
go.
but
It's probably my,
it's okay. It's too late to deal
it's
with
my
now.
stingers. Might be cycling. It's not rotating as fast, is it?
No, not right now.
Oh, actually, it might be.
Here we are on radar, just in case you're curious. Stop. Oh, man. Really, just keep going. We're in a great view, but
It's trying to wrap some easterlies on the north side.
what is this organic gel?
Yeah.
Stick stuff?
Stinger? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't know I had
It's okay.
that.
It's okay. Oh, it's really recycling it, right? That's the new wall cloud back here. Look at it on the backside too, really shaping up.
Let's see if that'll produce.
Oh, it's going to produce. It's going to produce. It's going to,
Needs enough easterlies.
but it's going to cross the road right up here.
Yeah.
We're
We
gonna
might
have a lot
cycle too quick.
Do we need to go up this way and then turn right? Because look at all the traffic down there. Right? I think we.
Let's see what the option is.
Let's get to that.
Oh, yeah. Here it comes. Look at that cinnamon bun on the front.
That's what those are called.
Yeah. It's definitely spinning very good. 1.9, then we can take a left. It all depends on traffic now.
It's definitely our tape right there.
Yeah.
Is that it? Do you think it's cycling right now?
Yeah, but it's trying to produce. It's definitely including right there. Look at the funnel on the front side,
Yeah,
that little
yeah.
wispy funnel, shear funnel. Yeah, it's cycling down. Definitely cycling.
Got a blast. That boy. Tornado sirens going off.
Slow rotation now.
Listen down a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a new rotation over there.
Yeah. Probably gonna cycle. But this one still could produce. See, there's
Yeah, yeah.
rising motion on it. Look at that.
I'm filming, I'm shooting.
Oh
everything.
yeah, it's trying.
I'm shooting everything.
Look at it wrap.
If it drops here on the right, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Let's look on the left.
It's not. I think this is the main cycle. Oh, this is it, taking a big distance cycle.
You stopping?
Yeah, just to watch it. Right in the path of it. See if it's spinning.
It's spinning. Oh, it's definitely spinning.
Rapid? Oh yeah, it is. That could easily produce.
Maybe we need to get farther ahead, don't you think?
If it produces, we'll get on it fast. It's just kind of
There's
staying.
just a lot of traffic is the problem.
Oh yeah, you're right.
That's why I'm saying we gotta go ahead. Yeah, this is it right here.
This probably isn't enough of a cycle. Yeah, the new cycle's out to the way to the east-northeast now. That's where we're gonna go.
Oh yeah, it's better on the higher levels too.
But sometimes these will produce some insane ropes, but it just doesn't seem like the motion is rapid enough on it. Is that it? No, next time.
Yeah, I mean, on radar it shouldn't be.
It might be a big tornado on the ground even up there, I think.
Are you laying up towards Marley right here?
Yeah, the new cycle might already be on the ground.
Sure you don't
now.
want to continue east here?
Right here. I got Barwell typed in. Look at that, way up there. It could be a big tornado. That's the new big cycle. See it?
Yep.
I think jumped way north, didn't it? Is that a big tornado?
No, not yet, not yet.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. I'm looking.
Even further back behind the cut?
I'm looking. I don't see anything yet. It's definitely it though. Are you going back the other way?
I just have that town typed in right now. We have to kind of Barling. So we are kind of, see like this town? I have Barling typed in.
Yeah.
We're just going straight to Barling.
Okay. This is the only storm.
Yeah. There's Charles.
Oh, straight ahead of us. Otherwise, I've got an exit. Keep going east. What? We're gonna have to go faster than this. Don't see anything right now. It is definitely a lower.
Yeah, wall cloud's getting better organized back behind us, isn't it? Our own wall cloud does. Right here?
Yeah,
They're getting more fingers. Getting more stretching.
Route though.
Yeah.
Takes us through Central City. Problem is, it's gonna keep going right. It's gonna stay south of the river.
Any cells going up in southeast Oklahoma? Okay.
This is it.
Oh, it's trying to get it.
It is.
Look at that. Same thing up to the east.
Yep, right there.
I see it. Wow.
We gotta get east fast.
Yeah. At 2.4 miles, then we take the due east option. That's Charles.
Yep. How would trying to get out of the way? Go faster, get past.
I think he's right behind. Is he right behind the car, I think? There you go.
Oh yeah. upgrading a new hook.
Yeah, it is.
This is literally the only storm.
Yeah. 1.7.
It says it's moving at 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, I can easily keep up with it. We found that out back there.
Yeah, we did.
That wispy bird fart funnel will whip by us.
Oh, yeah.
Slingshot. That happens fast.
Oh, some good hail back there, too.
Yeah, it was. Bigger than a golf ball, I think. Yeah, tennis balls in there. Put it back into it a little. Point 3.
And we blast like there's no tomorrow.
Is that a light?
Railroad crossing.
Oh no, way not good.
There's no gates in this.
Take a left up here anyway.
We can catch it again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's got a new hook on it.
It does?
Yep.
East, southeast of us?
East,
Southeast?
not southeast of it. Oh, this is what my concern was.
Rush hour. It's a continuous flow of them at 5, I think.
What's up, Cam? He's going for it. And so are we. I think these are just activated, but there's no train.
How come it look? Yeah, it's still hooking back up, isn't it? It's pretty broad still. It's good. Yeah, we were right at that little hook.
Oh, yeah. Just ahead of us now.
Yeah.
Man, it was so close.
That would have been. Is that some kind of Terminex vehicle or a radar truck? Go again. Hook slide! Sorry, I scared you. I'm prone to random outbursts.
Oh, you can be. But the thing is, too, it's just like, I can't trust you when you say tornado warning anymore.
I know.
Earned it.
Alright. Well. Charles, going for the path. They probably had a ground circulation.
Oh, I'm sure back west of us?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They had rapid motion, didn't it, when it was approaching?
I wouldn't be surprised if it had a little tornado.
Yeah. Maybe even a big one. Quick creep, you know, it did look like that hook kind of wrapped up. right on it.
Yeah, right? It looks like we're...
Only storm.
Yeah, there's nothing else. There's some burbles
We're
behind
a
it.
little ahead of the main hook, it looks like now, right?
What grade are you on? Fort Smith
On
or...
Fort Smith.
Yeah, I'm on Little Rock just for fun.
Yeah.
They built the green. Yeah, we can track this east.
There's the circulation. That's southeast of us down here. Now we should be able to keep it up in it the whole way now. There we are.
Back to the port.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
I think the main part is going to be to our north.
Yeah.
I just got hail no.
Yeah, I
Bounced off of you on the
took one right in the rib
Oh, I
cage.
saw that. That was a big one. That was the one that I ended up falling in my hand. Like ricochet.
Sometimes you can get some really big ones that kind of hug the circulation too. I tried to save his car there. Cemetery, dude.
Creepy.
You
might
might
be
be able to get visual of it.
That's the thing is you should have a good visual of it, but I don't think there's anything imminent. Good call getting south of the river.
50-50.
It turned right hard.
Yeah,
That's the definition of it of turning right.
I was worried I popped it up for us by punching too far west, you know, then we were able to get back in it.
Yeah, no, if it had happened though, we would have been right where it happened.
Still in that Dixie Alley mindset where once it passes you, you're done, but we can shift into Great Plains mindset now.
But we gotta still treat it a little bit like that, you know. We gotta stay
Oh,
with
yeah.
it.
Definitely. Yeah, that nearly dropped a nice tornado, that back conclusion. Once they get dead like that, though, then it's probably separate from the RFP at that point. Wall cloud right, major wall cloud.
I'm gonna start filming again.
Yep.
Any moment now. Yeah, we're starting to get into the clear. Oh yeah, you can see it. You can almost see it better on the phone than you can with your eyes.
Yeah.
Look at it, Reed.
Oh, there it is to the right, look.
Yeah, I see it. I got it.
It might be on the ground even to the right there.
I'm filming. Yeah, I love these slower moving storms.
Charles has got a storm. It must be live. It's good to be safe.
Rain curtains left to right.
Yep, it's happening. Trying to tighten in the middle. Is it on the ground on the right?
Not yet, not yet.
We got a laminar that cone is in the middle.
Yeah.
That's where it's going to happen.
It's a strong left to right rotation
Yeah,
on the left
it's
here.
about to
Very,
happen.
very strong.
About to happen.
Very, very strong. Oh, that's rapid. That's very rapid. That's how we're like in a good position. I'm just going to film
And put
so you
this
can
on.
drive. Yeah. Well,
Just use it.
can't help.
Yeah.
Here,
It's
let's see
it's probably going to produce a tornado.
Oh, it's going to produce it right here.
Yeah.
Just really want to focus on nailing this right now.
Oh yeah.
Now you understand.
Oh no. Oh yeah. I got
Like
you.
the greatest tornado video.
Well, key will be is all this traffic decides that they want to
which
stop
is
up
already
here.
in the path of it. Got it.
All right,
Very
guys.
strong left to right rotation.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big tornado. Get ready with a drone too.
It's
Fly
ready.
into
It's
that.
ready as it can. It's not taped up. That's the only concern.
Okay, tap that background.
Now I know. Yeah, the drone is not taped up.
Oh yeah, major inflow jet streaming in from the north. Streamwise vorticity popping in.
Oh, we're in a perfect position. Lightning. It's intensifying. Yeah. Can these guys go any faster?
There's like 4 cars up there, and they're all kind of
We're
moving
tracking
at
with it.
30. Should be able to catch it at this pace.
Oh, it might be on the ground back there, Reed.
Yeah.
It might be on the ground.
I believe it. You think it's on the ground?
I think it's on the ground. I think there was a very, very low point. I mean, you just see it through the
Yeah, it
trees.
sure was smooth.
Get my lunch real quick.
Might have a view right here.
Here we go. Ready. Look at it. It's gotta go.
It is?
It's just getting close. It's
Yeah.
getting lower. Man, this is so good. I think this is the main area right here.
Can you lean back just so I can take
Got it. I got
see
it.
you real quick? Yeah. It could always end up being further back too. Gotta look for the close rotation. Let me know when you need to stop.
I will too. No. Keep going now.
Damn, it's trying to tighten up down south. Look at the rain curve
Yep.
wrapping around the southern
I see
circulation.
it. I see it.
Right, 2 circulations, two of them dominating.
I don't see anything back to the south. It's just here.
Yeah. Soon we're gonna want to find a viewpoint to watch it anyway, because it's only moving at 30, and
I agree. I think,
don't
we,
wanna
should, I think
over-
we keep going a little bit though.
I don't want to overshoot the damn thing.
No, we won't.
I mean, I got a hepnologist, got a rapid ghost train streaming into it, so it is about to happen. Oh, it's happening. It is gonna happen. You got to be kidding me. Just got a glimpse of that. Wow.
Stay back a second.
This storm is insane. Lean back and get a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little wide angle, a little bit of
You want me
this.
to get it or you gonna?
Just want to get a little bit of this.
I can film wide.
Look at that rain block down there too. Okay, the road opens up.
in the rain here.
Yeah.
Look at the rising motion right here.
Yes, sir. That's just the front of the edge, though. Front of the meso. It should happen. It's back. It's further back. It's touching down. It is definitely happening. Definitely happening. I'm going to go to the next left. 100%. Got to get a south option out here. We got to get close to it. Charleston, we could go south, but it's happening right here. Hey, let me know if I need to stop. This is a good viewpoint right here at the
Great
school.
viewpoint. That's a great viewpoint. Stop. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be a big tornado.
Yeah, it is.
Big violent tornado happening.
It is. Get ready with your drone,
I
too.
know. I'm ready. I gotta. The only thing is, it's not waterproof right now.
Hey, guys! Let's touch it down. Hey, the tornado's about to touch down, man. Don't videotape me. You can see us. Ready to go a little east. It's touching down the ground!
Yeah, there it is, Reed!
Ready, get the drone.
I'm ready. I'm getting ready. Reed, you need to get east. You need to get east, Reed. I know, Reed. It's on the ground. I wish I could have launched into it. I'm not ready. I've been doing my best.
Good, just keep going. It's coming down again. It's just getting started. Jet like vortex, just getting started. We're gonna have many more opportunities.
Yep.
I don't know if it was close enough anyway.
Oh, it was. Lifted.
I don't know if it was long lasting enough. It'll do it again though.
Just need to focus right now.
This is our only option. No, debris still on the ground. It's still on the ground. Still going to be a big tornado. It's just getting started. Probably a big tornado on the ground again. Inflow all over this thing. How you doing?
Going. Trying to make something really quick here right now.
You need scissors?
Yeah. It's okay. That was a beautiful little tornado.
It was.
Did you get great footage of it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wanted to get out
Zoomed in and
wanted to get out and enjoy it.
get out of here. Let's take a look at it. Oh, it's still on the ground. Look. Look at it. Still going. Yeah, it's still interceptable. It's going to be a big wedge. It's already a huge wedge. You can launch now if you want to, but...
I'm getting as ready as I can.
Want me to launch?
No.
Fuck! Big hail! Coming down. Big one. Gimbal's on. Here I go. I'm gonna try to go for it.
Go. Fuck yeah, I got bounced.
Okay.
Reed, if we can get ahead of it, I'm ready.
Oh, wait! There's baseballs coming down! Baseballs!
Go, go, go.
Way too long. Should I try to intercept it?
No.
Okay, here it is.
Oh, there you are. Nice. Nice job.
It looks pretty broad. It's a good time to go east.
Okay, I'm ready to go. Finally. Okay, Reed, please go east. If you can.
Hey, huge hail! Like deadly hail!
Okay.
Deadly hail coming down. Get in the car! Holy cow!
Drone is ready.
That's deadly hail, Charles!
Go! That.
Horses running around! Horses! Big hail! Baseballs coming down! Look at him! Huge hail! Huge! Woo!
Stressful 5 minutes of my life. Just then.
I missed the tour, but it's right there.
I know.
I mean, it's coming down again. Look.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Get ready.
Stay
That thing
ahead of it,
plants.
stay
You
ahead
let
of
me know when it plants, and
Yep,
we'll
I
get
will.
aggressive with an attack.
I will.
Because that is going to be a big tornado. Look at it.
it. No, I know.
Let me know when you want me to stop. If we need to stop. We don't want to overshoot it.
Just track with it. Just track with it.
It's going to be a big one.
Yep, right there in the center.
Right there. You got it,
Yep,
right?
I see it.
Okay. Large. Need to shoot. Excuse me. Lean back. It'll be a big one. If you hold this.
Yeah, I got it. Give me one. I got both of them. I wish I could have launched there. It's okay though. Wait for the main course.
It's going to be a big one. It's going to be a large one. Very large. It is turning even more right. So, I mean, we could go south of Charleston.
We just got to keep close to it. Major deadly hail coming
I'm
down.
thinking about doing this. Running down here.
Just make sure
If
we
it
got it
plants.
east. Yeah.
If it plants. It almost planted there, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was on the ground there. Beautiful little spin up. Beautiful. Just gotta be patient with it. Okay, Reed, I really need to.
Okay,
I'm
put it up, yeah.
I'm
Focus on
ready
that.
to fly, but I need to.
Focus on it.
It's not waterproof, so I'm gonna waterproof it right now.
I'm pulling here. Look at it.
If you think we got enough time, I think we do. It looks like it's slowed down quite a bit. Right?
Yeah.
Is that just me?
Big hail, though. You're good if you want to come back. Softball's coming in. How's it going, guys? Good. Deadly hail coming
Oh my
in.
gosh, Reed, that was such a big. That was
It's trying to come down south of us
baseball.
again. It's on the ground right down there,
Oh
actually.
my gosh. It's kind of roll on my window.
Look at the hail! Huge hail! It's on the wall! It almost hit my hand! It's on the ground. See the debris? There's debris. Already debris.
Yep, I see it.
Is it too close? Too far?
No, it's fine right now, but I wanted to consolidate.
It's going to.
I know. Just track with it. I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna do it right.
Oh my god, man. It's going to break your finger if it hits.
Yeah, it's ginormous hail. Careful. You clear behind.
That's so close to being a big one. Oh, those hailstones.
Good job, Reed. This is it.
Back circulation, I think, is an old one, but it could be consolidated.
I don't think it's on the ground right now, but it's gonna be the new area, don't you think?
Unless it's RFD and it's going to be up here. I still think the notch is further right. Look at the Ghost Train, new Streamline vorticity current flying in.
That's hail. It's scary.
Yeah, it is. Break your leg. See anything down there?
No, nothing. That's a new wall cloud, though.
I think that could be the old one.
Are you sure?
Not 100% till I look at it, but we could drop south if we wanted to, but
Your call. I can't help right now. I gotta
we could
focus.
go east, southeast, or south, southeast. I'll just keep taking this the whole way until it's on the ground and we're able to intercept.
Just waterproof.
See how sporadic the hail is with the tornadic supercell?
It's not consistent.
Goes straight there. It is. See the consolidated vortex, the occlusion wrap right in.
I do.
Anything behind us? Old circulation? Oh no, it's gonna happen right here, I think. Wow. Wow. What is it? Right. Off to the north is just a hail core, I think. Look at that, it almost looks like a wedge itself, doesn't it?
I can't look right now.
I think that's the giant hail core. Ghost train.
Look at it right here. This is it.
This is a tornado cyclone. It's gonna be big. Okay, get ready to launch on this for real this time. I know that
Nope.
that's a big, thick occlusion. It's gonna be a big tornado. It's gonna plant.
Batteries on.
Oh, it's large. Look at that.
Yep.
See it? Tight. Oh, it's large cone. Have to get through town. Oh, okay. Kind of fast. Lean back.
Right, bubbles.
It's gonna be a big one. Look at the whole thing wrap around.
Yep. When it drops, I'm ready.
It's gonna drop. Certain in this one. Look at this field. It's a good spot, isn't it?
It is a very good spot. I think we pull over just a little more.
Right here, it's a south option. I gotta bust south. And
Just
catch
stop.
it.
Just stop.
I'm not.
wait.
You can't just stop in the middle of the road.
Well, not in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean.
I'm just trying to intercept it.
I want to intercept it too. I'm ready. Should we drop south a little bit?
It's just passing the road right now.
It's on the ground, I think. There it is. Here's the new one though. This bowl.
I think that's what's on the ground down there. The bowl.
Okay, so keep going.
That bowl is the tornado cyclone for sure.
Is it still moving east or is it moving south?
East, due east.
Okay.
Let's keep it pace with us.
Radio's up.
That's going to be a nice tornado cyclone in the middle.
Yep.
Look out. Watch for the base. It's about to condense. It's about to condense big time. It's on the ground right now. Look at it. It's going violent. I'm getting ready to launch soon.
I'm ready. I'm
Okay.
literally holding it. I'm ready.
Do you want to go now?
No, I'm gonna wait until it's really there.
Okay.
Gotta be.
Because some of these, sometimes you have to anticipate a little. But
I know.
I'm going to get to the top
I'll
of
be
this
able to
next
fly
hill.
into it. I promise you. I promise.
It might peter out too on this one. Just this occlusion could. Go to the next one. Right there, see it?
Yep.
It's out in front of it a little bit, isn't it? Weird.
Here it is. Here's the new one right here in the field. Where's the main circulation? Is this right here?
You see the cone?
Yep.
It's real close.
Powering up.
That would launch. I consider launch. I mean, it's up to you.
I know. I'm waiting. I'm powered
Totally
up.
up to you now.
I'm powered up. Let's try and stay.
It's gonna be a big. I would go. I'd go for it. Look at that thing. But it's up to you again.
I know. I'm.
It's about to hit us.
I know. Just wait.
Turn on the gravity wave sensor.
Here's the cone right here. Yes, and then we need to stay ahead of the rain if we can.
It's just supposed to be. Femtron deployed.
Here's the cone.
It's thick enough to where I think that's gonna be a big tornado.
I think so too. It's almost right on top of us.
I mean, I can get it from if you want to fly into it now, it's a good time, and it's probably got a ground
Here we
station.
go. here?
Yes.
Plenty of time. I don't want to waste this drone unless it's absolutely ready.
It is a tornado. It's not gonna hit us.
No, I know.
It's about to hit us. See, it's right above us. Debris in the air. Debris above us.
I think we're getting hit by it right now.
Stay with me. I'm here. Coming down.
We got to get a little ahead of it, I think.
It's coming down in. We're right on it. Hear the roar.
Yeah.
Listen to the roar. Tree down.
Tree down, Reed!
I got it. I got visual of the bun. Get out of the car. Look at it.
Staying ready on the drone. I got to do my job.
Look at it. You can fly it again, man. If you get ready again.
I know.
Get the GoPro. Hand me the GoPro. Oh, no, you're good. Just do your thing, man. We're right on it, though. Right on its ass. Debris. The whole thing is circling. Here it comes. Here it comes. Alex, you're going to want to watch it, too.
I know. Reed, GoPro right here. GoPro right there.
Whoa, look at the whole thing spin. Look at the whole thing spin.
All right, Reed. This is it. This is it right here.
Hey, go for it. Go straight up.
Going straight
There's
up.
drone in it. Look at the drone. The drone's in it.
Oh my gosh, I'm in the debris!
The drone's in it. I see it.
Oh, it's rising! I'm at 0 throttle, it's rising!
Can I go east?
Go east a little. Oh, I think I'm right in the tornado.
Out of the back. You just got ejected out of the back. Debris.
Reed, we gotta go a little east, please.
Go. Hurry. Right
I
above.
just got lifted into it. I'm back over the road right now. I don't have an SD card in my goggles, so if the drone goes down, I don't have the footage. So that's why I'm trying to carry
right now.
Go up to this intersection.
Look at the debris right in front of us. Debris.
You see this little intersection?
Yeah.
I'm landing right here.
Power flash.
I'm landing right on the side of the intersection. Right here.
There it is. Power flash. Here, shoot with this. Shoot with this. Clean it if you need to.
I got it.
Watch the debris. It's right out in the field. Watch for sheet
My
metal.
drone's right up here
Power
on the side
flash.
of the road.
Where is it?
Right up here on the side of the
Okay.
road. Here, take it, Reed. I'm gonna
Okay.
fly it. See if I can fly
Do
it.
Hurry.
Okay, flying into the tornado. I think I might be in it right now.
We're in it.
I'm in it. I'm inside the tornado. I'm inside the tornado. Oh, it's violent.
You're in it right now?
Right now, I'm definitely in the tornado. I'm definitely in it. Oh, it's slow.
We're about to be in the tornado too.
Man, I'm just stuck in my house right now. I'm just stuck. I gotta fly back to the road. I gotta change the SD card. Otherwise I'll never get
Okay,
this
land
footage.
here. We're in. The tornado's right over the road. Right over the road.
I'm in it.
Land here if you can. I see you. You're right down there. You got it? You're back. We did it.
We're in the tornado.
We did it.
I was in the tornado. We got it. GoPro. Go, Reed. And we got it back. I just want to take the SD card out because I didn't want to lose that footage.
Yes.
I was in the debris. I was in the debris, Reed.
Wow. This is a pretty big funnel. Hey, I fired up a pressure sensor. We're also recording
Hey, Reed,
pressure.
can I see that GoPro? Do you know where your GoPro is? The one I handed to you?
Whoa, we're in a tornado right now.
Yep, it's right here on the right. Oh, it's behind us. No, we're in it. We're in it right now.
Yeah. How does it look back there?
Hey, Reed, where's that GoPro?
I don't know.
It's fine. Oh, we're inside it. We're
It's
inside
in
it.
here somewhere, I hope.
It's
Might
okay.
have blown away.
Reed, try and find it if you can.
Yeah, we're in the debris field right now.
Hey, do you have another micro SD card that I can just steal from here or something?
Oh, we're gonna get hit by a 2x4. Look at that. There's a 2x4. It's coming from the left. It's man, that thing was a thick cone up there. Wow.
Do you have a micro SD in here that I can just steal?
Yeah. Whoa, right here, Vortex, look out!
We're in the tornado. Just need one for my goggles.
They got hailed something.
You know what? Oh, here it is. Sorry, I'm not trying to get enough. We're just tracking in it.
It's right in front of us. There it is, funnel right in front of us. See it?
Yep, I see it. Drone's getting ready again. Hey, we did it. I was inside the tornado. I know for a fact I was
I know
inside
you
it.
were. I could see it visually. Look out. Yeah, we're in a circulation, so we do need to be a little careful here. We don't want to.
Okay, that SD card is no longer in the drone, meaning we have that footage saved. And the thing too is it was in a consolidated. That was the craziest experience of my life.
Yeah.
The drone was doing weird things. It started rising, and I couldn't stop it.
Yeah, you're in it.
No, I saw the debris rotating around me right out there in the field. I was inside. Drive just
It's going to be behind us now. It's not moving very fast. A weird little thing. Yeah, it's right behind us.
Yeah, I took the SD card out to save the footage, but now I have a backup, so we're good. I can fly the drone aggressively. You sure we should stick right here?
Yeah, it's right behind us. $5:30.
I'm ready to go again. Look at all the debris on it. You see it all? This is all, there's a ton of dirt. You can hear it in the motors, the bearings. There's just, it's kind of hard to see. Look at all the dirt. This is a perfectly new drone before it was inside the tour. Look at all the antennas. The antennas got dirt caked on them.
How was the wind in there?
Well, it would like, all of a sudden it would just stop and then it would rise and then drop and then go left, right. But I was trying to keep it smooth. There's a good moment where you just see the debris rotate. I mean, I was directly inside the tornado. There's no doubt. But I want to do it again, so I need to distract Reed from his phone. We need to do that. Now that I have SD cards ready, I'm way more
Look at
confident.
the debris fall. There it is again, tornado.
Right behind us?
Basically right there. This is it. Pretty weak, but.
Is there any way we can get a view of it, Reed, or anything? I just...
Got rain wrap now.
Do we need to go that ahead? Yes, it's going to be in front of us.
Right here.
But if we can get maybe back ahead, but I can launch into it.
There's that main funnel on the right, see?
And we drove into it too.
Yeah.
This is the best day of my life.
Well, had a picnic in that thing.
Yeah, we did.
Look at this little port right above the car. Wow.
Perfect first tornado to intercept.
Yeah.
Perfect first tornado.
What did it look like up there?
It was hard to see, but I mean, I got directly under it, and all of a sudden it just sucked me into it.
Wow.
It was. I mean, it was amazing. Oh no, I'm gonna lose the drone.
Wow.
That's why I was panicking because I didn't have a card in the goggles. So I'm like, if I lose the drone, we have no footage. That's why I was like panicked to land it.
Wow. Yeah, thank God we found it.
Oh no, we got it. And then I just took back off.
And you
flew again.
executed while we were in the tornado too, which is
Yeah, we flew from the car. I will say I'm a little motion sick right now, but I'm good. Like I'm good to go again. The energy's too far. We just gotta get ahead of it again. I think it's rotating again on the right. I think this is the old circulation. I think the new one's up on the right.
yeah. I assume you saw that back there. That was pretty intense. We were pretty much having a picnic inside of that tornado. Alex actually got his drone inside of the circulation. Directly inside. Felt the lift and everything. So we're just continuing east here in the conga line, waiting for the next circulation.
That's a world record right there. Let's be very
Yeah, it
clear.
was.
A Mavic or DJI could not. I was full throttle at one point. So
Really?
it had to have been over 100 mile an hour winds because.
Oh
to be
yeah,
full
for
throttle.
sure.
I
Man,
hope-
I wish we had a sensor.
I won't know for sure. Yeah, I know that. Do we have one I can strap right now? Can I
Yeah.
strap this?
Is that one working?
It's blinking.
Yeah, we want to save that one for data, but I have one in my thing.
If you get one ready, I can strap it up right now. Debris still falling.
There you go.
Turn it on, or is it on?
Yeah, we gotta turn it on.
It's far right.
Yeah, then just hit the gold button.
I think it's making a new wall cloud down there.
It is. Oh, good eye. Good eye. Definitely is.
How do we? That's this button right here, right?
Yep. Should
There
blink
we go,
green.
and it's blinking. I can't tell if it's green or red.
Ghost train getting going again. See the northerlies? That's the Streamline vorticity current.
Just get it, please, please, please.
Oh, we'll get it. Easy.
Oh, we're so ready now. Dude. We have the footage. We've already won.
Yeah.
Everything else is just
I know.
bonus. Let's go, baby.
Nice work. Good flying.
Great job getting
Yeah,
us
you
right.
waited perfect
No,
time.
I knew. I was like, hey, we gotta wait. And then, so like what happened is I landed it, it flipped upside down, so you're like, get it! So I was like turboing it and then took it back off, and it's gonna be a video. Because you're just gonna see me flipping it and then launching straight out. No, I'm ready. Let's do it again. With the
badass.
Gravitron this time. Yeah, I don't care now. We got footage, SD card saved. I don't think people understand the greatest moment this year.
It was, by far. And now it looks like it could go bigger again here. Look at this. Look at this whole thing setting up in front of us.
Yep. Just get it. Man, what a craziness. Getting it like waterproofed in 30 seconds. It's still not fully waterproof, but it's fine. It held up. There's all this dirt on it. I mean, I was literally inside the tornado with the drone. Directly inside it.
That's so good. We got some good stuff. Did you hear the roar again off on the other side of the house?
I did, yeah.
Wasn't as strong, I think.
But I wish I could have been less focused on the drone because watching the power lines and everything was just a beautiful experience.
I know. I wanted you just to get out and watch it too,
But I couldn't. I had to do my job.
good
That
job.
was an opportunity.
You did
Okay, Gravitron's ready. Drone's ready. Hopefully the GoPro was able to capture it well. I hope the angle was right and whatnot. But it doesn't. I think it'll capture something.
Did it have it? Could you see the whole ground circulation and everything?
I could. It wasn't like consolidated, but you could
Yeah.
see the debris rotating around.
Wow. Wow.
It was
Man,
very,
this is going nuts again.
it was very weird to fly in. Very, very weird.
I bet.
It just, there was no consistency. At one point I was full throttle just sitting there and it hovered. Full
Wow.
throttle. So it had to have been 120 mile an hour winds.
It's like this thing's about to go nuts again.
Gosh. That was one of the greatest moments of my life.
Me too.
It really was. Good
I have
job.
a very calm
We did it.
sense now. We did it.
We did
We're
it.
about to do it again.
But we gotta do it with the Gravitron now to make it count. And the SD card and the goggles. I love that there's no legal issues too. It wasn't a consolidated funnel, so there's no legal problem whatsoever. It's a perfectly legal.
You have Twitter yet?
No, not yet. Just say Alex Van. If you want. That was beautiful. That was so beautiful. Here's the view. Let's just drive.
It's just parallel this road.
It seems like it's working in our favor. Wow. I can't believe that just happened.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I can't believe I just flew in the tornado.
Intense.
I knew when I was in the tornado the first time because
Yeah.
it just started rising at 0
Really?
throttle. It just went like, I mean, it had to gain 1,000 feet like that.
Let me get that whole soundbite.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew I was in the tornado when I first launched because all of a sudden the drone starts rising rapidly and I'm at 0 throttle, so the props are barely spinning and the drone just started rising and then it fell out of it very hardcore. Then I landed it, I turtle moded it, launched back into it, and then the second time is when you can actually see the ground debris. Hopefully we get another chance here. We got the Gravitron strapped to it. You know, we've won, so it's just all up or downhill from here in a good way. Hopefully this thing really does consolidate again.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to.
Yeah, that northerly inflow's there. The base is
I
getting a
would
little
have loved
softer.
that first tornado though. That first one.
Yeah, that jet.
Because it was just right there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have probably flown into it, but I would have flown right around it.
That was a helix a little bit too, wasn't it?
I mean, yeah, that was the perfect tornado. to
I
fly
was
with
wondering
it.
if it was too. It was close, wasn't it?
Oh, it was a few hundred yards maybe.
Yeah.
I could have flown at it easily. I just wasn't ready.
That's because I was having to shoot the tornado all the way
Well,
up.
no,
closer.
it wasn't that. Everything I thought was ready and tested. I put my goggles on and there's no video, and I look at it, it's got a red light meaning it needs to be rebound. Like that happens once every 1,000 times, and it just happened to happen there. So I was like, I cut up an old credit card of mine to make a pointy end to bind it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it was desperation. Where's it gonna be?
Maybe up here
Gonna be to the right.
Yeah, one of those two. Probably right if we know how this storm behaves. It wants to consolidate on the right side.
Did you get some great video of all the debris and everything?
I think so, yeah.
Good. Because I was
Yeah.
catching it when I was putting my goggles on. I saw like a tree just go. I saw power
I saw
lines.
that, yeah. I was pointed right at the tree when it came down.
I think I
hope
caught it.
that this phone is okay.
I think I caught a moment of it on my phone as well. Yeah, I caught the moment of it. Yeah, I caught it. I caught the tree, rip it down, and then after that, it was just
You
like
caught it on your phone?
Yeah.
Wow.
a 7-second
work.
video. But I just was like in the moment. I'm like, just catch. My phone's all sticky from that crap.
I
It's all
know.
out of the seat now. I hate you for that, by the way, but it's
Stinger?
okay.
There's a little area of tightening rotation and a little carrot up there. And then being further north.
It looks
like
better.
It's probably going circulation back behind us a little.
Yeah, it's the old one.
Powerful storm with a massive hail too. Wow.
I just can't believe we did it. The camp first tornado of the day.
Yeah, I'm kind of in a haze right now. A little bit in shock. Finally worked out.
Yeah, my heart is just like, it's racing, but it's also like calm. It's just very like, wow. I just can't even describe what it was like. It was just
That house is lucky that thing did not
game
plant.
time.
Could have easily planted there.
And then we intercepted in the vehicle.
Yeah.
Direct intercept.
Had the Gravitron in the vehicle.
Yeah. I love the debris on the drone. I think that's so cool.
That's gonna be awesome.
Right here on the road. You think it'll recycle, or you think that it's gonna peter out?
Looks like it has access to good air east-southeast. Probably recycle.
Is it gonna recycle right
Look
there?
at that up there on that mountain.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah, I
Crazy vortex back behind us. Is that a rope out?
can't see.
See it? Way back there? Look at that thing.
Oh yeah.
Look at how smooth that is. See that? That's the old rope.
Look at the circulation on the right here. It's not as rapid, but.
That's the new one. Look at the old rope. Now, you gotta see it.
Oh wow, I see it. I see it.
You finally get one in?
headed east. Hey Reed, we really should get east. Hey Reed, I think we should get east.
Okay, you see it. Good to meet you.
Nice photo shoot. Suffocate today. We're gonna do this again. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude. I just want us to get this again. No, it's hard to get. I feel you can't just say no in this situation. But if I'm shouting at you, you're good. You know.
Oh yeah.
Gosh, I can't believe we did it. We had the live stream going too.
Facebook's crashed out. Try again up there, maybe. It kind of
I thought it was going to be a wedge tornado.
I did too. Yeah.
Like cone.
Yeah.
We
I
would
thought so, too.
really would have been in a bad position. Is it on the mountain? Let's get east. Let's get away from these people. This was our storm today, apparently. You weren't kidding. We might have to go north.
Connor! Oh, my bad! Thought that was Connor.
Nah, me too.
Do another long hair.
Do we need to find a north option?
Eventually, yeah. Long term. Cut it northeast. Get on the other side of that terrain.
There's no, honestly, after flying in the tornado and being at full throttle,
Yeah.
it definitely makes me realize that anything stronger than that, there'd been no chance.
Yeah. I was surprised they were able to pull it. I kept seeing debris pop out of the back of it.
Did you see me the second time go into it?
I did, yeah.
Was that cool?
Yeah, it was.
Just a little